Does it come in this? Okay, we will open this meeting of January 26, 2012. The records show that all the selectmen are present. First on our agenda is Public Works Director, Mansville Road. So, we have a few issues with Mansville Road, No Salt Road. I know I've been up there. We've called you out one night, I know that. So we've called you in to see what we can come up with a solution for, or a resolution for Mansville Road. Some of it is, I understand that it's state-owned issue, and some of it is ours.
Well, I guess, from what I understand, the directive that I got the first part of this year was that we were going to continue on with the solid waste. And that's what we have been doing. The only thing that's going to cut ice is the salt. It's no salt road, so there is ice built up on the road.
No.
As far as the width of the road, the potholes in the road, the width is plenty wide enough. There isn't any potholes in the road, okay? There is some unevenness because of the salt, the ice built up here and not there, okay? Other than that,
Yeah.
the only thing that's going to do the ice is the salt. And the board directed me to just continue on with a no salt road. So I don't know what the board expects. We're doing the best. We plow it, we sand it.
There you go.
Just like we do every other normal road.
Yeah.
Do you do this road more often than any normal road because it's a no-salt road along with the other no-salt roads?
We do put on every amount of sand,
Okay.
yes. And we do it, in some cases, more frequent than we do otherwise.
Okay.
That are more salt.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it possible, given that we're kind of in a bit of a warmer spell, to go up there with a payload or a backhoe or something and break up that ice to, or are you just wasting money?
You're wasting money and time now. You're still going to build back up after you strip that. We've done that in previous years. You do gouge the existing pavement.
I've seen it.
Right. Right.
I've been on that road every day this week, and just prior to coming to the meeting today, I went on it again. It's better than some of our salt and sand roads, certainly in better shape than those roads are. I rode over near Sandy's house and up towards Samerton, Pearly Hill, Pest House. Those are some nasty streets, but this is about Manville. The condition of the road itself isn't bad with the exception of the railroad tracks. The buildup from the snowmobiles goes right over top of those tracks, which stick up above the bed of the road anyway. The only way to get that stuff off of there, in my estimation, is with a long bar and a lot of elbow grease. And it's going to build up the next time a snowmobiler goes over it. Short of that, it's salt and sand, or plain salt. I'm loath to do that. As you go around the corner, The road's uneven simply because they drag salt in there. I assume that's the reason, because it's melted in some places and not in others. As you go down underneath the pine trees, oddly enough, that area seems to be the best part of that road. It's all melted. I was even thinking, I got out and looked at the sand that was on there to see if it had salt in it even. I was that surprised. As I went down to John Mansville, or whatever they're calling it now,
3M.
3M, just beyond that, the road smooths right out again. There's a pack on it, but it's well covered with sand and it wasn't slippery. The private road is an ice skating rink. It's vicious, but that's not ours. I don't know what to do about. We're lucky because we haven't been getting much weather. If the snow was more severe, it would be much, much worse, and it has been much, much worse. I don't know what the answer to this is, short of salting that road. And it's one that we, like Colby Road, Clark Road, Pest House Road, Caleb Hill, nasty, but they're not, it's not because of what we're doing or not doing. Manville Road is something that we're responsible for the condition of the road. It's the only one that I know of out of those 5 that we can impact by making a decision. And I'm still loath to put salt on it, but somebody come up with a great idea, I'm all over it.
What do we do if we contaminate the wetland?
Like I say, somebody come up with a great idea. I'm not in favor of salting the road necessarily. But what the heck do we do? Like I say, right now, we're lucky.
Oh, yeah, this year has been.
Because in the next month, it might get all but impassable. Last year, my car was going boom, 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 and I just went down on a fact-finding mission. The people that live down there, were I a person who lived down there, I would be angry every time I drove over it.
Is there another product that you can use on salt that won't harm the environment?
At any cost, there's no product.
Dash.
Wood ash.
Oh, I thought you said dash.
Dennis, do
Wood
you
ash won't melt
think
the snow, will it?
if and when M&B tractor goes in there, they're surely going to cut some of the pines down along that causes shade to the road? Do you think that's going to help us at all? Minimal?
Minimal.
Slim to none?
Now, they are going to work on that, the drainage.
On the corner.
Yeah.
Oh, they did the drainage on the corner. Have you seen that? Maybe you didn't even notice, but they dug down toward the catch basin. They dug a new ditch on state property, I think.
We did that the other day.
And it's working.
Oh, on Route 3?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yes, I thought when you were up on the corner, I was
No.
I didn't notice anything up on the corner, because they were going to widen the road there, I knew. But yes, I had talked to Dennis, and he said he would go down.
And did indeed, and it's really done, I think.
But that's a Band-Aid,
good things
is it
for
not?
That puddle.
That catch basin?
What you did is just a Band-Aid.
Exactly.
We have to approach DOT.
Supposed to put in a catch basin there, to drain it off to the other catch basin that's
Yeah.
50, 75 feet down the way to the edge of the road.
All these problems with DOT, I mean, it seems like every other road, every other situation we're dealing with, it's a DOT issue. And right now, we have so many issues that we're waiting on answers from DOT. We're waiting on them to come up with the resolve. We're trying to get, and now we're going to approach them with new issues and we have Silver Lake Road, now Mansville Road, we have down here, we have Colby, we have Caleb Field. It's like, why don't we just invite the commissioner up?
Take it for a little ride.
Why don't we go for a ride down to the commissioner's office? I mean, enough is enough. I mean, you only can go so far, and the state has got to start doing their job that they're supposed to be doing.
The summer maintenance that they should be performing on the roads are not getting done.
Right.
Caleb Hill is a big issue right now about that with the drainage.
But if you
Senator
bring it to them
Sanders-
now, they're going to say it's a winter
Senator
issue.
Sanders sent them a letter noting the
Right.
insufficiencies, and they said it's a town issue, but it's not. Because what's happening is from poor drainage off of the properties to the west.
We've
Same
been
with
battling, what is this,
And there's
3
no-
years now
there's
we've
no
been
ditch
battling
drains in
Caleb
there.
Hill.
And Lancaster.
So maybe we should just, hey, let's take a ride next week.
Look, I'm up for it. Let's go to the commissioner's office. I'm up for it.
Okay.
Enough is enough. We need to get some answers out of these people. You know, if you cannot stop in coming out of a road onto Route 3 because of drainage issues and swales and everything else that they've created or not maintained, that's a serious issue. It's just as simple as that. That's a serious issue.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a no salt road. Last week when we went out on that, I could barely stop. I was afraid to go in. Never mind, come out. You stop, your tires just spin.
Then what happens is the water that's there at the entrance, then it tracks as you're going in. And like you say, it's when you come out, it's iced over a little bit, and you spin to try to get out on Route 3.
And you finally catch a break with cars, and your wheels spin, and then the cars come. Now you try to stop on ice, and you can't stop on ice.
But that problem right now has been corrected. I went up and I dug the ditch line, and all the water is drained down. Okay? So it's something we're just gonna have to look at during the course of the winter, when it melts and it thaws, to make sure that the ditch line is open.
Now, when we have the event tonight, can you, I know we have that, a no-salt road, but can we tonight ask Dennis to at least put sand and salt on that intersection of Manville and Route 3? Because that's particularly dangerous. I mean, if that ice is over, we're going to get...
Oh, no, I dug it yesterday, Catherine, not today.
Right, but we're going to have a snow-ice mix. So it's not like we're going to have a melt and rain. So what's going to come down is going to freeze there, and it's going to pocket there and collect there. So if you see that happening, and you can't get there because you're going to be out, you're going to be busy. At least if you've got a truck going by with sand and salt on it, at least you can put something there. So, 'cause I was in my other truck and came to that intersection, and I didn't stop. I was a third of the way into the traveled lane of Route 311. That's when I stopped. That was interesting.
That's a serious thing.
But if we could,
Same
as a
with
board, because
sand.
technically, once he leaves Route 311, that's no salt.
The problem is, though, the trucks that go up there have sand and salt mixed. The only one that,
Right, but I'm saying to use sand and salt right at the intersection, at least.
right at the very end.
Right at
Just
the
sweep-
very end.
Just
at
go
least
along
there.
and just sweep it
Yeah,
at the
just,
end, not drive in and,
yeah, between, was it Valvoline and Route 311, because it is dangerous if that ice is over.
I don't have an issue with that. How does the board feel about
What about
that?
the railroad tracks? It's a nasty area.
But at least it's not a question of stopping. There's no train coming through right now.
The railroad tracks is an issue with the no salt,
Problem
am I
is
right?
those snowmobiles drag
Yeah, well,
snow
it's in the
onto the
no-salt
road and then
zone
it builds
currently.
up.
Right.
But
Right,
because
but
it
that's a-
said those rails sit up above the level of the roadway, they have to lift their plows in order to get over the railroad tracks. The snowmobiles come through, drag even more stuff along that section right there, and even with the amount of snow we've got now, the road is getting narrower and narrower. The snow that's there isn't coming off because there's nothing to melt it, and they can't plow it off, and now
Is
it's
that a
an
state
iceberg.
trail?
Pardon me?
Is the
It's a
railroad
state
tracks a
Corridor
state
trail.
The state owns that crossing. Can't you go up there with the loader and,
No, I know they own the crossing, I was
Push
just
the
wondering
snow
if it was
back.
a state
Yeah,
trail.
yeah, but every time we plow it, there's a rail sticks up a
I know.
half an inch over the other one.
it's on the eastern end?
So we have to pick the plow up to get over that rail.
Yeah.
Okay, we broke 2 shoes already until we finally, the driver said, hey, I've got to pick it up, we can't clean it. That's why the snowman is saying, as Joe said, snowmobiles coming back across the track, in the drag, they don't pick their drag up, okay, before they get to the railroad tracks, they just drag right over the railroad tracks and the snow builds up. I don't think the drag has been out at all this year, but snowmobiles have, and that's where you're getting some of the snow.
But as you do your maintenance, after you do your major plowing at the end of the storm, couldn't you go over there with the loader and...
Yeah, we keep over there, yeah.
How much does that cost? I know we can do it.
Well,
I mean, we still have a budget here, and oh God, rock in a hard place.
Well, it's, you know, it's an alternative to salt. If we're not going to salt it,
Yeah.
then fine. But if you're going to bring salt in that far, then you're going to say, well, why not bring it the rest of the way? So, but we do need to keep the road wide. I mean, especially with the tractor trailers, I wouldn't want to be on that road on the corner and meet a tractor trailer and that narrow at night. Well, I don't think they go in at night.
I don't think they go in there, because
No.
that's...
I'm in favor of doing, at the end, the salt and sand, but
I wouldn't go to Valvoline, I'd just go on the swale off in Route 3 and put some salt down there.
so they
Right,
can
but I'm just
stop.
giving you that distance, so if, you know, the truck happens to dump a little when he comes, I imagine you'll go in and turn around at Valvoline if he dumps a little, oh well. But because it's designated as no salt, it gives you a buffer area.
But that's only a temporary situation, correct?
We need to get in touch with DOT and have them put in that drainage.
Yeah, well, that'd be a next.
But I think even so, it's like tonight, I bet the event tonight is not necessarily going to be a buildup of water, but it's definitely going to ice there.
Well, it's supposed to be in the 40s on Saturday and Sunday, so.
Yeah.
Because they're not calling for this to change to rain, they're calling it
No, they are.
to be
It's going to
freezing.
turn to rain
Yeah, I
tomorrow
heard
during
rain
the day.
myself.
Yeah.
I just heard north of Concord's freezing, but nevertheless, it's going to be a nasty event.
Not gonna be good.
Okay.
Any comments from the public?
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the problems as the plow comes to the railroad track coming out to Route 3 is it lifts the plow, we get this ramp. And on a typical winter after you've had several storms, what it does is it's forcing the cars to the other lane. So when you have the tractor trailers come in, we have a wide road, but right there on the corner, it gets tricky. If we go to the first storm around the 10th, we got sand that storm. Through the whole weekend, nothing. It was basically a skating rink. The following Tuesday was about an inch of snow, then rain. That was the night I spoke to you. Nothing happened all day Tuesday, and you saw it was Tuesday night. If you want to keep it no salt, fine, but it's going to need sand treatment about every other day. The other thing with the range, we've got first and second 3M ponds. We've got about half the travel lane goes underwater. And it lasts for a day or two.
Where would that be
By
exactly?
the pines. And when you said it was clear by the pines, that's because the sun gets through the trees to the pavement and melts it. So
In the afternoon from the other?
You telling me
yeah.
their detention pond floods over?
No, because your road is lower than the pines, you've got that little hump that's keeping the water in.
Oh, okay.
And it stands in the road until, because you've only got a little edge there, and it'll take a day or two, and in the winter longer, so it can perk out.
That's a drainage issue you will have to look at.
We just went up there today and drained all the water that was there.
No, he's
I'm talking
He's
about
talking
the
further up.
by the entrance.
You know where the sediment ponds are for,
Yeah,
right there.
right. You know why that does not drain here? Because they just found out the individual that lives across the street blocked the catch basin pipe that goes underneath the road. Because it was putting all the water on his road. So to correct the problem would be to take that pipe up and relocate the pipe to drain over into the wetlands.
And why did he block our pipe?
Because it's all going on his land.
That's only the second pond. The first pond by the ponds is,
How long has that pipe been there?
Been there as long as I've been here.
Blocking the pipe doesn't make any difference if it went in last week. He's not supposed to block the pipe.
How is it blocked?
Let's back up. He has no right to block that, whether it goes on his property or not.
It's blocked.
How
That's a
How is it blocked, Dennis?
I don't know, because it's snowfall in, and I'm assuming he did put some rocks in there and cemented it in. Some of it, a little bit of it leaks out of it, okay? But it takes a while.
I would say that that is a very dangerous situation. I think that we need to address it.
It is a very small catch basin, but there's a pipe that runs across the road into the individual.
So if it were unblocked, would that...
That would help at the entrance of 3M.
Is that the property at the corner?
That's probably on the corner.
Chase.
Okay.
But just to go a little bit further, with all the residents that live and drive that road and work on that road, we have very few comments other than a couple people. Saying the road is slippery, it's bumpy. Even today, we had a comment from an individual that lived there that's thanked us very much for doing the drainage down at Route 3, which is very nice.
I'd like to make a motion to put salt on the, I can't believe I'm even saying this, to put salt at the entrance to Manville Road as a safety precaution, a salt and sand mixture
In the swale there.
in that swale, not in the swale, but in that area of the road to afford, what is it, 10, 15 feet? The length of a car, bare minimum, so you can come up there and have dry pavement basically for pulling out across Route 3.
I guess I'll second that.
Did you get the motion, Catherine?
More or less.
The motion's been made and second to salt and sand the entrance of Route 3 in Manville Road. Did you say on a temporary basis?
Well, not in the summer.
Well, I know, but
I
This
didn't
isn't
put a
permanently
time
each
frame
year.
on it. We can always revisit the issue.
Okay.
As long as it's a problem.
All right. For discussion's sake, I'd really like to see a time frame put on that. I think we really need to get DOT up there, because this is DOT's issue at the end of Route 3. And if we make a motion and say we'll put salt and sand on it, that motion stays until somebody remembers to take that salt and sand motion off of there.
That's true. The issue of getting DOT to fix their drainage is a separate issue from the safety that exists in that location right now. I could, let's just say for the 2012 season, we can always revisit it. So I would amend my motion to reflect the salting and sanding of the road for the 2012 season.
The entire road, or just the...
No, right at the entrance to Manville Road.
The swale area.
The only change in my original motion was to attach a time frame to it. We can revisit the issue next year if the DOT doesn't do their business.
Want to amend your second?
I will.
Do you have any more to say, Catherine, on? We all set? Any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so we'll,
I'm opposed.
I was going to get to that. Seriously, I was. All those opposed?
Aye.
We have one opposed.
I have another question for the board, not related to Mansville, but I was asked to follow the 132 parking lot, which we have been doing, and we have been sanding it. But I noticed that a private individual comes back and after we plowed it, and when we stop pushing the pile, he takes the rest of it and pushes up on the loam pile. I don't really see any need for that, and I'm just wondering who will authorize that.
I don't know anything about it.
I think you need to do the park commissioners on that, not, Dennis, not us. We didn't-
I don't know why they would have somebody do that.
So I'm just asking.
I volunteer.
So there's no
Volunteering on. The quickest and easiest way to get in is to go around the fence.
Oh, okay.
The berm is frozen, I'm just pushing the snow up to the top. Because if you've gone in and noticed, I've plowed around the rink to get some backing
Yeah.
for the ice and to provide access for emergency vehicles in the event there's an accident.
I noticed that last night.
So you'd like to just continue on plowing the same, that's my point.
If you increase it, I'm not-
Is that what you want?
Side, not big stuff.
Yeah.
Yep, I think it's the best.
It's a town facility.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best way to get it sanded and cleared. Yep. And the volunteers can plow on the inside.
And is the board aware that there is partial ice in the skating rink now? And the upper end has no water in it? There's no signs here saying, please do not skate. And if someone walks across the liner with their skates, to get down to the lower end, you won't have a liner.
That's been an issue right since the very start
Yep.
of putting water in that unit.
I thought they were going to put signs up, though. I thought that was spoken, someone was going to put a temporary sign. We talked about that about 3 weeks ago here.
No, the signage we talked about was, we're going to meet with the insurance representative from local government center, and the signage we talked about is rules and regulations signage for the ice skating rink in general.
No, we talked
But
about,
I talked about how I had asked the police to patrol it, but there's really no way of keeping people out of the rink unless you're going to have somebody there all the time. Sign's not going to keep them out.
The condition of the ice will keep them out right now. You can't skate on that.
Oh, yes, you can.
I wouldn't, no way.
There's
Last
kids
night,
skating on it.
There's big holes in it, and
Yeah.
it's like the surface of a glacier. It's not an ice skating rink at this
Kids are skating in it. But with the shed that was delivered, we can get the electrical hooked up, the water hooked up, and we'll be able to take care of the surface of it now.
now, what happened to the fire dropping 2 loads off that? Did they not drop it off, or?
There is supposed to be 4 inches of water over the base of the rink. They're dropping the water as a courtesy, but when they have a call, that has to take precedent. So when they make arrangements to drop water, if some event occurs in town, it's abandoned.
Understandable.
So it just hasn't been filled up so far. So hopefully now that we have a shed, and we'll have our own water soon. They were helping us out this season by doing that.
So you're just going to let it run until it's filled, and then we have to freeze it?
Well, we'll let it run. And the other issue with the rink is Kenny Partridge, but we're going to have people look at it and give us a cost estimate to level the site. Because right now, if you go there and look, the far northeastern corner is almost, it was what, 4 inches from the top? About that, 4 or 5 inches down from the top. But the southwestern corner, there's no water in it. So it's, at least 2.5 feet out of level.
So this year, is it going to be up and running?
I think so, yeah.
We have to get more compliant weather. I mean, what we've had lately has been too up and down to, the sun beats down on the top of that ice and softens it, and then it doesn't freeze the same way as it was before.
And we have a device to smooth it.
Even the ponds and everything in the area, same thing.
Yeah, that's
It
the
is
same
not
thing
safe.
everywhere.
The
Yeah.
ice is very brittle and gives way. Even my pond, I wouldn't walk out on it. I just don't trust it.
How long has that culvert been blocked?
I just heard about it a little bit ago, I don't know how long it's been blocked, so, but I heard about Freddie mentioned it today to me about it, and I could check with him on how long it's been blocked, but I'm assuming that it's been blocked probably for a couple years, 3 years maybe.
Do you have a device to rot them?
You gotta find the element and just see what's in there and look at it.
Oh, you can't do that in the winter.
More of a summer
Do it
project.
now.
Yeah?
Depends on what drops tonight.
Can we?
You probably could, but the individual that blocked it, you're gonna be on his property, okay, to unblock it. And you may have to take the backhoe up there, and there could be some repercussions.
We can't go on his property without asking him.
We have to look at the subdivision and see what the agreement was. Because that was a subdivision, was it not?
I wouldn't,
17A. Those little lots weren't subdivided?
no,
Albert the Ranger.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I
it's
thought.
probably so old that,
But at some point, the town took a portion of the road as a town road. It wasn't created as a town road, was it?
It was, I have the deeds on that. It was created for the business, and then they turned around and gave it to the town. The only condition they put on the town is that it had to always stay an open public road.
So I'm wondering if there's agreement to maintenance. We'll have to look at it.
I think the issue could be rectified if you post the landowner,
Yeah.
you work with him to correct the problem.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay.
Maybe it might just involve putting another couple of sections of pipeline, sending it off beyond his property.
Okay, one more issue, and I'm going to let Marion speak on. Paul, do you have something with Dennis?
No, I have something
Okay.
for you all.
Marion, we came in last night, has something with Dennis, and she's here now, and so while Dennis is here, it'll only take 5 minutes. So Marion, why don't you explain the issue that you have with the parking, municipal parking lot?
First of all, I think they're doing a great job plowing it, much better than they did in the first year. But second is, there's only a guardrail on a little bit of that. There is an area where there's a space enough between two trees for a car to get through and wind up in the river. And I was thinking if we could either put a guardrail or one of those blocks to prevent that from ever happening, it might be a very cost-effective thing to do.
I think the blocks would be the way to go because it could be moved if you wanted to. Would be, we could handle that in-house, okay, by purchasing the blocks. If we went to a guardrail system, we'd have to sell that out. There would have to be more expensive. That's
Is that on our property or the private property?
that is on town's property. So,
The other issue is the drainage. It's very poor there. And I'm usually walking on ice in the winter. I get in mud season and in water in the summer, just to get to my car door. I don't know if there's anything that can be done. It's not paved, so, I don't know. I have no idea what a solution would be, but it really is a hazard. I hate having water over my shoes.
With the problem of, and I understand where your cars are when you pull up parallel with the river, okay? When we plow there or plow the sand and salt, there's generally
Cars.
2 or 3 cars,
I know.
okay? So the area where you park, we don't see it.
I know you
The
don't.
only way
You
that we
can't.
can sand, okay, is during the day, if we're down there and we check it, and there's no cars there, then we can swing in
That's true.
with the sand truck. But Pat mentioned to me that there was some potholes today,
Yeah, there's a
okay?
huge pothole out there.
Okay, I don't go down there, okay? I plow that area, that's one of my plow areas, okay? Excuse me, but I've noticed that the snow is all melted, and yes, there was some potholes. So Pat mentioned, and I think you'll see this afternoon that we smoothed that off and drained that off.
Yeah.
We put gravel in, we smoothed it all up, to take care of the potholes. That's about all we can do, okay? And from Rob Steady's to the behind head first, that is private property.
Right,
Right.
right, I know that.
Yes, yeah.
Is there guardrail along the river on that section?
Only where the parking lot is.
Only where the parking
From
lot
the
is.
Tilton House
Right.
parking lot.
So we're going to bring blocks out just to the end of our property, and it'll still be open behind Rob Steady's?
No, Rob Steady's is, if you run parallel with Rob Steady's furthest corner of his building to the river, that is the boundary line.
Right, but,
On that, okay, is private property, and there's no guardrail or any protection of by the river, no.
okay.
But we could set up 3 or 4 of the concrete blocks, okay?
That's my main concern.
And
really, is
then,
nobody can
you
get
know,
into the river.
They wouldn't go in the river. But the grade of where they pull in, it goes up. It doesn't slope down, so there's no chance of you sliding down into the river, okay?
Oh, it goes up. That was my question.
If somebody puts it in the wrong gear, or they step on the gas instead of the brakes, they're gonna wind up in the river. Just in that one spot, really, but
Right.
who knows how long the trees will last, if somebody cut a tree down, you have weather over the spot. But that's my biggest concern, is the blocks, it's a safety issue.
Okay.
But that could be, I don't have right now any extra blocks, okay? I'd have to see if persons has any for sale, okay? And what they, yeah, okay. If the cars weren't there when I plowed, okay, then I could make, and we had snow, I could make a snow barrier.
Right.
But, you know,
If we were allowed to park somewhere else,
right.
we probably would when
Yeah.
it's the storm coming, but there's no place else to park that you don't have to plow.
Right. And, you know, if you notice potholes, okay, just give the highway garage a call, and they'd be more than happy to go control it. You know, it's a matter of getting a little crushed gravel, going in the back, moving it all out, and no problem. And we did it today, so you
Yeah,
should
that was
be,
a pretty big pothole on it today.
you should be happy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's, how's that? Great. All right. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Appreciate
Well,
it.
I may not pay taxes per se, but my rent includes.
Well, you pay taxes. You pay taxes.
I hope that nobody goes in the river and sees the town. That's my big hope.
I'm not
That would be
even worried
good.
about being sued. I don't see anybody hurt.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see anybody hurt either, but I also don't want that to go.
No, your rent will go up.
I know.
Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mary. Okay, Cindy, do you had something for us? Thank you, Dennis.
Catherine and I are
Thank you,
going
Mr.
up to
Allen.
the State House for a hearing. Once again, representing the Davenport from Manchester has brought up a bill cutting the interest rates for late payments of taxes in half. We fought it last year, we fought it, he's just like a bad penny.
Does this guy not pay his own taxes, so he's trying to save money?
I don't know, don't even get me on him.
This Valancourt?
Davenport, yeah.
From Manchester.
Yeah, from Manchester. The hearing's going to be at 1:30 down at the Legislative Building in 301 on the 2nd. Catherine and I are going down. If anybody else would like to join us, probably get
Gotta
down
go up to
there.
Dartmouth.
Probably, I don't know, 10 o'clock. What do you think, Catherine?
Yeah, that's Thursday, right?
Yeah.
February 2nd?
Yep.
February 1st is Wednesday.
At 1 o'clock?
Yeah. We'll leave here probably about 12:30. If, it would be great if, Catherine, you could probably testify,
Sure.
or Pat can too also, everybody. We've got it down,
We should write a letter that the Board of Selectmen sign. What's today? The 26th, so it's next
It's a week from today.
Yeah.
And we won't meet again. So a letter should be created stating our opinion on why this shouldn't take place. And then whoever wishes to sign it should sign it.
What is our opinion?
No.
You still have the one from last year.
There you go. Update that.
Do you have it?
I have everyone that's on the committee here. I have a printout of the bill also.
Who's on the committee?
How many people? The chairs, Ferrante, Sterling, Betsy Patton, James Delaney, Timothy Copeland, Kathleen Stroud, Dorothea Hooper, Priscilla Lockwood, John Burke. There's so many of them.
I don't know
I'm
any
going
of
to
them.
give you this.
Now, what happened with last year's bill? Was it, did it make it out of committee?
Well, what had happened was, it got to the floor, and our representatives didn't know, they thought it sounded good, so they voted to pass it. But then it went back to committee.
Senate.
Had to go up to
We
the
beat it
Senate.
at the Senate.
Yeah, we did it at the Senate. So I've already sent this to our representatives. I think maybe, a copy of that letter should go to the representatives too. So they, keep them aware of what's going on. This is absolutely ludicrous. This comes back to us. Yeah, sorry.
Am I right in thinking that we have the wherewithal to reduce or eliminate those penalties as the Board of Selectmen
No.
so choose?
Nope.
So it would remain at 18% or whatever it is? No matter what we said, the penalties involved?
Interest rate goes up to 18% on lien.
Once it's lean.
Once it's lien.
I see.
That's a year after.
Late payments are 12%. Okay?
And we can't impact those percentages as a matter of law,
No,
correct?
you can't touch them. There is provisions for those that need it. You have the exemptions, you have deferrals, you have abatements,
So we do have a way of impacting that.
Absolutely, and that's,
Oh,
I don't want to handcuff us, that's it.
Yeah, no. There are many avenues.
tried to print the
that
tax
we
map, but it
help
wouldn't do it.
people in our community, but by doing this, it's not helping us. It's not helping anybody.
Means we have, as people don't pay their taxes, more tax anticipation notes, more interest payments,
I understand that.
more cost.
I just think about those taxpayers that flat out don't have money, and adding 18% to
They
that
have-
kills them on top of everything else.
But they have the opportunity to come in and ask for different types of
That was
abatements.
basically my question.
We
We can impact it in some form.
have given hardship abatements, and a couple of them over the 3 years that I've been here.
Yep.
And Cindy makes arrangements with them so they can make payments
Payments.
instead of lump sum amounts, and
Right now, there's over $700,000 that are business, taxes unpaid by businesses or second homeowners, these are servers, not our residents.
How much?
So if you cut those interest rates, they're never gonna pay their taxes.
there's no incentive.
Well, at the end of 3 years, we own them.
We'll pay them then, because there's not gonna be any interest on it. And we're gonna be carrying the burden of cans and, yeah.
It costs us money.
Especially with,
Oh, hey, I'm all in favor of a penalty. Trust me on this. Beach Street, Winter Street, pick a street. I'm all over it. But I just want to know that there's something that we can do
Where's
in
Pick a Street?
those certain cases where we need to do something.
Yeah.
Then yay, I'm all over it.
So I just wanted to get, talk to you all about it. And I'll give this to Joyce as more talking points for my association
Okay,
and the bill itself, so.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And that's all the committee members.
Got it,
Who's the sponsor of that bill, Cindy?
Valancourt.
Valancourt, yeah. I'll say it on film, the maniac from Manchester.
Sounds like a guy who probably owes property taxes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night.
Bye.
Okay. Let's look at the minutes of,
November 17, 2011, to the floor for discussion and approval.
Second?
all those in favor?
aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed?
Under Director of Public Works, Dennis Allen, fourth line down, the very last word, it says warring. It's in warring course.
Wearing, W-E-A-R.
Think
No, warring, wearing.
Go
Used
back,
a couple of times in there, too.
I'm sure the computer changed it for her.
yeah, that could be too.
I was doing that today.
Any more on page one?
Yes.
Okay.
You go down to the second to the last sentence, the first word is back. If you go to the sentence prior to that, it says, Chair Constantino made a motion to back $6,000 based on Public Works Director. It should be hold back.
I just went to page 2.
Yeah, I got one. I got all sorts of them.
Did you see the second sentence on page 2? It's kind of fun to read.
Copies have be give.
Yeah,
Copies have been given to the selectmen.
or been given.
Second line. On page 2, it says, copies have be give to the selectmen.
Right. Thought maybe she was getting a new
On
accent.
page 2, Tilton resident Eric Pyra, I think it's spelled incorrectly.
Yes.
I believe it's P-Y-R-A.
Yes.
It's a couple of times in that paragraph.
And up above that, above that paragraph, go up 4 lines, it starts with drive, and we'll also look into the setback are, what the setback are. Has to be plural, setbacks.
There's 4 sentences on top of that one, directly on top of it. 61 Business Park Drive as a temporary basis should read on a temporary basis. In the Tilton resident Eric Pyra, I don't even know what the guy's name is.
Pyra.
P-Y-R-A.
Pyra? Right in the middle of the paragraph, the sentence that begins, why? Mr. Pyra is asking why the do not plow the sidewalk. They do not plow the sidewalk.
I wish that we had done the minutes first and then Dr. Dennis, but then, he's not here. But he brought that up at the planning board the other night to us after the public hearing.
He, Dennis, or
He,
Ira?
Mr. Pyra.
Right.
Is it on our list? And in what order?
Right.
Well, according to these minutes, we were going to take care of it. Apparently
Right.
that didn't happen, huh?
Correct.
Well, part of the problem up there is the fact that if he plows over too far, then he's in people's front area.
On their
A couple
yards,
of those
yeah, I
houses
saw
are pretty
that.
close to the road, so.
Does the sidewalk plow fit
It's a
on the-
painted
It's just a
sidewalk.
painted line on the road.
Right.
And on the other side is...
Sidewalk plow could do it, but where's it going to go is the
Right.
It's gonna go on.
Oh, I remember that discussion. We had that discussion with him. He-
Because of
He'd have
the
to throw it back onto their,
Right.
The road, and
People's
that won't
yards.
work.
Well, what do they do on Maple Court? He throws it onto the,
You can't have it every which way. Yeah, you want a sidewalk, we have to push it back on your lawn. Because
it has to go somewhere.
Right.
Look at Route 3, they do at the end of your driveway. They don't care whether you live there or not, do they? No.
No, and they're really good at waiting until you're all done and put your equipment away.
And then they come out. Exactly. It always happens that way. You
Yes.
can never get them before.
Page 3. Sentence that begins police patrol halfway down the first paragraph. Chair Constantino asked Chief for a suggestion, and should probably say Chief Cormier in there. Next, as you read further, I don't understand this. Perhaps you can,
I understand it perfectly. It's trailer.
oh, I get it. As they have the police trail in that area already. What is a police trail?
Trailer.
That's the road to Dunkin' Donuts.
you said that.
It's a little police joke, Chief. Trailer. Yeah, there you go. That makes sense.
He was really happy with that one.
He was very happy with that one.
Ever since I saw that, I've been waiting to say that.
Yes,
too.
I bet you have.
Has anybody gone on Facebook and liked TiltonNH.org?
I didn't even know.
I did.
I
don't
was
even
zoned out that
do
day. I don't
Facebook.
remember.
Been
that.
there.
Yeah.
Don't do Facebook.
Page 4. There's a section I don't understand, and it's not the trail thing. This particular grant, it's the first real paragraph. It goes down, it talks about, this particular grant is a special section of an EPA brownfield grant, and the piece that Tilton is applying for, and the Winnipesaukee Trail Association is assisting with this effort, is the specific part of the brownfield grant that is for cleaning up. Now, that seems convoluted somehow. I don't understand what the...
Should be, it is the specific part.
This effort, it is a specific...
You know, it's an EPA Brownsfield grant. It's not and I think there are different types of brownfield grants. I don't think we have to be that articulate.
Look, I don't get it, and I sat through the meeting, I don't think a lot of people would get
Effort
it.
it's the cleanup grant. It's called a cleanup grant.
This seems to say the same thing over and over again, kind of.
Tilton is applying for an EPA Brownsfield cleanup grant, and the Winnipesaukee Trail Association is assisting with this effort.
Yeah, that's all she said.
That I
Is that
understand.
That's it.
Page 5. We're talking about paper towel holders for the Parks Department halfway down the page. Says Selectman Dawson said Cisco will supply new paper towel and soap dispensers and will also install them at no cost.
I
I
said
know I
that.
was sitting here.
I didn't say
I would have
that.
said something because they don't install that equipment.
I wouldn't have said that, I didn't investigate Cisco.
But they did install them. You did install them.
Cisco did the installation. I have never seen them do that at all. Dean must really like me. They drop them off when they deliver, here you go, but,
Very nice.
okay. Good enough.
Wow.
Where was that at, on page 5?
That's halfway down page 5.
Right here.
Oh, okay. Just above that, the second little paragraph down from the top, it says, "As there were not other comments." Shouldn't it just be, "As there were no comments, no other comments"? Just get rid of the T.
Bottom of page 5. Selectman Dawson has checked with PSNH regarding the installation streetlights. Of streetlights, maybe?
Yep.
Page 6, and I really love this one. Halfway down. Talks about Mr. Hardy reported that they have put $1,000
Oh, yeah.
and 0 for the Christmas parade.
Nice.
Seems like he wouldn't have mentioned it if they put nothing in for it, but
It's $200.
$200? All right.
The sentence right after that, Mr. Hardy said they will, should be this will cover the mailings? Or is it they? Regarding summer fair, Mr. Hardy said they will cover the mailings, which is approximately $200.
I think either or is fine.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
It relays the
Well,
gist.
one is saying that the park commissioners are going to get the money somewhere. The other suggests that it's going to come out of money he previously reported in this paragraph. I would leave it alone, it's not that important. The general fund is the general fund. Can we correctly number these pages if they're going to have numbers when they go on the website? Because it goes from 6 to 9 to 8 to 9. So it must be 7.
I never noticed that.
This has got to be page 7.
8, 9, 9, 8, 9.
I move that we accept the minutes of November 17th as corrected.
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded to accept the minutes as corrected. Wait a minute, one sec. Okay. Any more further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Opposed? Okay. Joyce, did we ever get a box for the 61 Business Park Drive?
The thermostat?
Yeah.
No, it's not. I just,
Is that on the list to do?
on the list.
Okay. Okay. Don't remember ever seeing that come in for a bill. Okay. Before we go to Joyce, I just want to say one thing. As chairman, last night, we had our budget public hearing. It was a record time. It lasted, what, 20 minutes?
Not even.
Not even. But during that time, Chairman of the Budget Committee, Tony Belair, recognized the efforts of the selectmen and their in the budget process and getting to them a very precise budget. Myself as selectman, and I think everybody here will also join in, I personally want to thank Tim and Joyce for putting this together, because without Tim's effort and his financial wizardry, to make this happen all year long, not just during the budget season, but all year long, moving money so that we can gain more interest, and moving monies around so that we don't have to borrow, and doing what he does best, and then to put it all together, what we look at as a bottom line budget and what they look at as a line item budget, and having prepared charts and things for both of us to look at and make it easier on us, and all that work, and for Joyce to prepare all that she does and keep it going in all of the fashions that they do. Kudos to both of them for having our backs in this. So I personally want to thank both of you for your part in that.
Actually fun this year.
We only differed in one item, and that was the Red Cross, and that was only because the Red Cross did not come and personally ask for the monies that they had sent in. So, great job, everyone. Okay. Now we're ready for Joyce.
Something must be wrong. Joyce is at 5:30. Look what time it is.
Did you get me?
It should be 6:30 by now.
Yeah, I was just thinking we're suspiciously on time.
Too close to the schedule. That's okay. She keeps picking up more stuff. She's going to go well beyond 6 o'clock.
Chief, did you get the keys?
Okay, the meeting with the auctioneers for the auction, I was able to contact all three auctioneers, and they can all come next Thursday. One has a prior commitment at 6 o'clock in Northfield, so they would like to, he's on the, Northfield reactivated their economic development group, and they're meeting at 6, so he would prefer to come in before 5:45. And then the other two, you just tell me and they'll be here.
Do we have a request for proposal?
No.
Will we have one?
We will outline what you want, but I think that after you talk to each of them, you would have your own ideas about how you wanted to handle it.
And this is on,
Next Thursday.
Second.
what time are we going to start?
Well, you could start as early as 4:30. One candidate could come at 4:30, and then the other two will come when you tell them, if you give me a time. So do one at 4:30, one at 5:15, and one at 6.
Catherine, do we have anybody else coming in next week? Okay. Can you block out 4 to 6 for no other appointments?
4:30 to 6?
4:30.
I mean, I can have a list of questions prepared so that you're asking the same questions to each company.
That's the intent of my question.
Okay.
That'd be good.
So if we allow them, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
And then
20 minutes.
schedule every half hour?
Yep.
Or is that too much time in between?
I don't think so.
Well, I think you'd need just like 15 minutes in between, because you might want to talk for a few minutes right after, and then get one candidate leaving and then one coming up,
So
so.
maybe if we do 15 minutes and then schedule every half hour,
Okay.
then we'll be fine.
Okay.
And then if it goes over a couple minutes, then we're okay.
Okay.
So whomever. And then that will give the board some time between.
Right.
I wasn't aware that the Budget Committee was planning that they wanted warrant articles next Wednesday.
Well, they have to have, where's our calendar?
February 7th is
Oh, there.
is
Last day for petition, and
Petitions.
February 8th is their next public
February 8th,
hearing.
right.
Which is what they normally do.
Right, so technically, you won't have an opportunity to make your recommendations until Thursday. I mean, that's okay. I mean, they don't really need your recommendation, I guess.
Well, they can
on
have
petition.
proposed, it doesn't mean they're not going to change. Right. But they can have the proposed warrant articles. I mean, we have our own deadlines.
I know, but they
Selectmen.
may want to know what you're recommending, so, if there's an appropriation. If there's no appropriation, it doesn't go to them.
Right, but they should make their own judgments.
The last day they could hold a public hearing would be on the 17th. And I don't know where our calendar is.
They're having,
Our calendars.
I know. What happened
they're
to
having
our...
it the 8th.
Where's our calendar?
Oh, I don't know.
So technically, they could have had their hearing on the 15th.
Right.
Yeah, but they're having it on the 8th, right?
Right here.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
Last day to publish a notice is 17th. Notice of January 24th supervisor session of town election. Last day to petition selectmen for warrant articles is February 7th. Last day to post.
When does our warrant have to be posted?
Last day for selectmen to post warrant for town election is the 28th.
Somebody gave us a town meeting, either a week or 10 days. But we got in trouble, was it last year or the year before, because we kept changing the warrant article?
Yeah.
Right.
What is she making copies?
No idea.
Now, in talking with Gus, Sandy, from your planning board meeting, now you're all ready for your recommendations for the warrant, correct? So,
Yeah, I told her she needs to get all that typed up and give up the zoning changes to Cindy, and that she needs to then write the questions that are going to go on the ballot.
Yeah, well, I have the template in the warrant, so if she just
Okay.
gives me what they are, I can
Yeah.
just plug them in.
Right.
Because I remember last year we had where you wanted to have as much of what the planning board was recommending in the actual warrant.
Right, but I
It
don't know.
was just too much for the warrant, because you refer them to
Right.
where they are in the town report.
Well, that's why I was saying that this year, we're going to have the impact fee ordinance, obviously, and then one on seasonal cottages and recreational vehicle ordinance, plus individual little things. But between the two, it's going to be quite a few pages, so I don't even know that we're necessarily, I was thinking it might even be better, you don't even put it in the town report, but have, copies stapled together that could go with the town report.
Okay. Because I do have to get them to Cindy as soon as possible, because she has a deadline to get it
Right.
for the ballot printed.
Well, that's why, I said that to Gus, but, maybe tomorrow you can remind her, hey, we need this because Cindy's got to have
Yeah.
it for the ballot.
Okay. So, let's start with, the first one is just a cleanup article. That was, last year we brought it in too early. The next one is to,
I have a question on the first one. Is this one of those deals where the polls have to stay open for an hour?
Just a
On
valid
this one,
vote.
yes, you have to, as I recall, one of the attorneys, I don't know if it was a bond counsel or Dan Crean, said you treat it just like you would a bond.
Okay,
If you're
that's what I wanted
adopting
to
it,
know.
you rescind it. The deaf exemption by law has to go on the official ballot. But it's just a quick question, shall you adopt the provision? And what I would recommend is that you
Did we
make it...
vote to do that?
No. I'm just saying, I would recommend that see, right now, we have the disabled exemption, which is 50,000. We have an elderly, which is 50,000, 80,000, 125, and we have the blind for 45,000.
And
So I
deaf
have no
isn't-
amount.
Deaf isn't considered
Where are
a
you right now?
disability?
It is. Another exemption we could adopt would be the deaf, but we have to qualify
But
an
couldn't
amount.
someone who is deaf qualify under the disability that already exists?
No, because a disability, you have to, well, they have to, our disability exemption, there's 2 specific letters from Social Security that they have to produce that qualifies them for the disability. On this, you have to have, for the purposes of this section, deaf person or person with severe hearing impairment means a person who has a 71 dB hearing average loss or greater in the better ear is determined by a licensed audiologist or qualified audiolaryngologist.
how did was this asked to be put on, or you just,
No, I brought this up on the 5th and last week, that there was a request from a citizen to have the deaf exemption, and I did present, it's on your last 2
Right.
copies.
We didn't,
But you haven't discussed
We
it
didn't
yet.
discuss
That's
it.
why I
Right,
just
we haven't
have
discussed
written
it.
there. But it would meet the same, it's the same requirements in terms of assets and income, and then you would also have to produce documentation that meets the statute, and you would have to determine an amount.
do other towns and cities have deaf exemptions? Is it a standard, or is it, no?
Is it a
Is it
standard?
Do they just do it as a standard with blind and,
No, some towns don't have the blind. I mean, all towns have the elderly,
elderly is the standard.
but not all towns have the disabled, the blind, or the deaf.
I'm still back to my question, why wouldn't someone who's deaf also qualify under the disabled?
I don't know what the medical requirements are in that particular
think it
Social
would be the
Security
same.
Act. This is specific to
well,
a
you
certain
can be
level of
deaf.
hearing.
You can be deaf and not qualify for Social Security.
Right.
You can be deaf and still work.
Right, but there's a qualification
The
for
disabled-
deaf that's typically it's universal.
But disabled, you have to be qualified for Social Security.
Medically qualified,
Right.
but you are disabled.
Is
that
there a
you
way
So
that
where's
people,
the ordinance for
people
disabled?
can compound these
So-
exemptions if they're elderly and
No,
deaf?
no, you can only do one.
And
Okay.
blind.
And blind.
So you can't be,
An elderly blind.
it couldn't
deaf
be
guy.
under disabled because you would have to have, that would fall under the,
There's a lot of disabilities that somebody would walk in here and sit down and you wouldn't recognize them as having a disability, but yet they are disabled.
correct.
You know what I mean? So
Yes, but they-
deafness is one of those.
But that's, if it's clearly affected, I mean, if they have a Social Security disability, then it would be qualified under the disability rather than a deaf exemption. If it's deaf exemption and they don't qualify for a Social Security disability,
Right.
which I'm assuming this person is what we're asking to have this placed in there for.
Right. Well, there are income and asset limits. I don't know if this individual has the elderly exemption. I don't know.
And how deaf do you have to be?
71D,
Completely deaf?
No.
71 dB.
Mark qualifies for the deafness she just defined. That's his level of hearing.
So if we can determine the amount, an elderly exemption right now is based on age, right?
Age and
how
income.
In income. A disability is based on an amount, correct?
Correct.
What's the disability?
50,000.
It's 50,000.
Right,
Okay.
so you could have
Is-
someone that wasn't elderly, but they're disabled. But then, say they do reach the 65, and their income and assets, which are the same qualifications, they can't get both. It's one or the other.
Proof of disability, 520.
So if you had one or the other, one would need to be greater than the other or equal to the less?
Well, you would take the greatest one, but...
Right. So you would make, I guess I'm having trouble with trying to,
You're casting a wider net.
I know, but by casting a wider net, you're trying to determine which is the greater disability. Is deafness a greater disability than elderly, or disability, or blindness, or?
No, I think when she said greater, I think she was meaning the dollar amount.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Right,
So
like someone who
you're
has a-
putting a number on this disability, you're putting a number on the disability.
Right now, you said for blindness, it's 45,000. When you hit, what is it, 65, you automatically, well, you're not automatic, but if you qualify, it's 50,000.
Correct.
Right,
So
So
when
they
you
would
hit
apply.
65, you would behoove you to,
switch over.
Depending if
over
your
to
assets and income agree.
Right.
well, if you're already qualified for one of these other exemptions.
No, the blind exemption, there's no income or asset limit.
Oh, there isn't?
No.
Oh,
What about
okay.
deafness?
I thought I read that in here, that they do.
Do they have a,
I think she said that it was
Yeah.
subject to the same,
Yep.
You mean to tell me that a blind person with $1 million a year income is going to get an exemption on their property taxes simply because they're blind?
Well, I believe that the intent behind that is because they would have had to have made modifications to their home.
It's a one-time expense, but they get it with exemption in perpetuity. Not that I'm saying we have any $1 million income blind people in town, but without any other qualifying things,
well,
in theory, you could be an author or a lecturer. And
Yeah, there are
all sorts of
income,
money.
the same income, you would adopt the same income asset limits as you would.
So we have a blind, we have a disabled, an elderly.
and this is now a debt.
And then a veterans,
Yep.
and what other?
Veterans isn't an exemption.
That's a,
It's an actual tax credit.
Oh, okay.
you get
We always say-
$500
we always call
towards
it
your
an
taxes.
exemption.
Right, but there's no
It's
exemption off
technically a
value.
tax credit, okay. I don't know, that's a tough one.
Yeah, only one individual has requested this, and this was back in, it was too late last year. So I had told the gentleman that I would make sure I brought it to the board in 2012.
I would be totally in favor of this individual collecting 25 signatures and putting an article on the warrant.
Can't. Well, he has to do it, it has to be on the ballot.
Of course he can, he's getting to February
Yeah.
7th.
Yeah, February 7th.
Yep.
I went through this last year, or the year, last year, and it seems like it was into February, certainly then. And all you gotta do is get, or she, is
I would,
25
You know, I've got a
I would be
particular,
in favor of letting the legislative body decide on this.
I gotta tell you, I'm not for a deaf,
Why?
because Mark has been legally deaf for 15 years. For 10 of those 15 years, he was out there actively working. Now, there's it's too broad. There isn't enough information for me to just say, let's have,
And there's
a
one
deaf
person in town
exemption.
who's brought this up.
But I mean, what is,
And it appears
law.
as though if we put this on the warrant, that we've got some kind of we need to do this aspect to it. If they get 25 signatures by law, they can put it on the warrant, and the governing body can certainly, or the legislative body can certainly vote on it. Hallelujah, God bless America. But I don't know if I would want to put it on there under our name. I have to sign that warrant, and I've got no overriding interest in this. I'm half deaf myself. I have punctured eardrum on one side, can't hear like but 30% out of that side. Do I qualify for the exemption?
I knew that's why you weren't listening to me.
What? If I'm sitting like this, and I say, was I there that night? I just didn't hear you.
I know, I'm getting sick of asking people to repeat things.
What?
I just think that,
Deafness isn't a joke, and I don't mean.
yeah, it's not
No,
a joke.
it's
I mean,
it's not.
The deafness.
You're right.
Yeah.
It is not.
Again, there's one person that brought this up, there's a remedy for that.
I think we have to look at it as, elderly exemptions, okay, they've done their due diligence, I think.
Right.
They deserve it. Blind certainly is far more debilitating than deafness. I mean, I've lived with him for 20 years as he was starting to go deaf, and 15 years ago, he is legally deaf. But
According to that.
it did not prevent him from working. And he actually would have qualified for Social Security with it, but because he was able to work with it, it seemed ridiculous to apply.
There's also a number
But
of
it just-
individuals in town that have issues. I can think of one concerning zoning up on Route 3, that if they came and said, hey, will you put this on the warrant, are we just going to do it? No, I don't think so. There's a remedy for that if that's what they think.
Can you show me that you just showed me about the tax? The
This one, next warrant article ties in with your review.
38B. Okay, I must be hallucinating. I can't find 7238B in this book anywhere, and I just looked in the supplement. This goes 7238A, and then it goes right to 7239. We must not have all our updates. Here, see if I'm insane.
Did you just give this to us?
Yes.
Right, because it ties into the warrant article on the intergovernmental agreement.
Right.
Did we haven't straightened that out yet, though.
Well, these are the points that I guess we were bringing up at the last meeting.
Did you talk with them about it?
I sent them out to all the jurisdictions. The fire commissioners met and reviewed it. They did not have a problem with it. The school district is still reviewing it. I did get her comments back on the warrant article, and she said it was fine. Because my concern was where John was requiring 2/3, and we were just doing simple majority, if that was going to knock it out of the contention, and she said no, he had no objection to that. I haven't heard back from Northfield, and the water company, he wasn't at the meeting. I need to call one of their commissioners and bring them up to date, but we don't think it would be an issue. So it's really just the school and Northfield.
We get down here, majority vote required. There's no action on this article. The town can take no action on the vote on this article. So,
Which
why
are we,
because if it passes, I mean, I don't know why we're saying majority vote required.
are you still working on the deaf exemption, or are we still working on the,
We
jumped-
She was reading, I just
okay.
Oh.
time to pass out some of the
Okay, so I'll
information.
put this back over here.
7238B doesn't exist.
We must not be updated on our supplements.
You have the,
So this is
Well,
20.
remember, we had them when, after the, who did we have put the
No.
supplements in?
here you go.
Well, the book itself,
Look up the
this is,
RSA right here.
didn't I just see this is 2003? So they should have sent us a new book by now.
They don't, that's what the internet's
Here's
for.
the,
Oh, no, they sent us new books.
What's the date on that supplement? It'll tell you what book it's for. What's the date on the supplement?
Oh, the supplements haven't been put in the books? Yeah, this is March 18th, 2011.
Right, so we haven't gotten the new supplements yet.
these are
Did you look in the supplement?
2010 Received in March of 2011.
Yeah, I'm wondering why they haven't sent us a new book.
How do you get online?
Well, that's up to the company when they get to the point
I'm
where
just
the,
surprised, though, in 2003.
no, they only update them when the supplements become too large, and then they'll go ahead and break them up into other books. Let me look in the supplement, Catherine. I just need this piece.
Let's see if I can find it.
Oh, no, this is a
How do you get the keyboard?
2010.
There's a little thing in the upper right-hand corner.
That's date stamped March
Laws
2011.
and rules. Is that what it is?
Yep,
State
laws.
statutes.
Right, because in
on-
2012, we'll get what they passed in 2011.
Grounds.
So
Okay,
this
what
is
is
the
it?
most recent.
What number do you want, 70 what?
Joyce has a copy of it, 7238B.
7238B.
I was looking for case law, that's just why I was looking in the red book. You don't get that in the computer.
Well, the last time, according to this, it was amended was in 2008, so it should be in here.
Is that of the water right
No, the
above
book
it?
is 2003.
So you think somebody threw away the wrong book? We don't throw away law books.
No, I'm just surprised they haven't updated it.
Well, yeah, it is getting pretty fat,
Yeah,
but this isn't a lot of changes, though.
no, but now we'll get into the next year. And obviously, they've made changes because 7038B isn't in there, 7238B. So, but,
Now go down to...
what does everybody feel about this deaf exemption?
I already said what I feel about the
72 dash,
exemption.
go back.
I
It was
agree.
72
Let them
dash
petition the
38.
warrant article if
What
they
was
think
the
there's a
number again?
need for it.
7238B.
Okay, go
isn't that
back.
odd?
That's my
72,
personal
just plain.
feeling.
Oh, I hit the wrong one again.
Oh, let me see your,
So there
I'm
must-
sorry, let me see your copy of the law
All right,
again.
now go down to 38.
So this must be the wrong book. I don't know where.
I would like to make a motion
Yep,
that we do not include on
There it
the
is.
warrant for this year, the deaf exemption, as it's just way too vague, and
April
I have way too many questions about
he's
this.
reading it now.
I second that motion. Okay, 2003, so it definitely should have been in that supplement.
I'm not in favor of putting my name underneath it, because if there's a need for this, the resident should put it forward. I personally don't see the need necessarily.
Well, and if there's
So
someone who
That's my
is,
feeling.
right, and if someone is out there who has a level of deafness, and there's complications to that deafness that prevent them from, then they have a hardship, that gives them an avenue to come to the Board
me
of
print
Selectmen
this.
for a hardship. Joyce has it.
You have that one?
So that was 2003, that ordinance, I mean, that RSA, the source. That's when it was passed,
In 2003?
2003. And that's when that book was published. So somewhere between that and 2010.
How do you print it? That you think they published another book? But how could they?
where's
if
the-
the-
No,
yeah,
I
they
think,
could have published a
I'm
book in
wondering if the
2009.
if the supplement is wrong, if they omitted it from the I'm wondering if LexisNexis made a mistake and omitted it from that supplement.
It's a little hourglass.
Oh,
I see.
Control P is printed, right? So go back to your thing.
The only thing that could happen is that they must have replaced this 2003 with a 2009 book. So there should be a book like this that's
So you think they did
2009.
publish another? Catherine,
all
will
I
you
can
check
think
that?
of.
I'll call them.
And that this is the supplement to the 2009. Because we don't throw these
Oh,
away.
is that a supplement to the
No,
2009?
it's the 2010 supplement.
Yeah, okay. Let me see the book.
What are you doing?
Received in 2011, correct?
What about
This is title, this is
Received
Towns
20.
and Cities to Taxation. Oh, let me give you the book. What am I doing?
keyboard? I don't know how, you
Oh, this one
do
big.
it all the time, I don't know how you do it.
Left, it's March 18th.
Is there a button at the bottom that's for the keyboard?
Down here is 2010 English supplement.
All right, now wait a minute.
Supplements get too big, then they publish a whole new book. See, some of these are 2001.
This index goes right in that corner.
So we need a new,
New supplement?
Well, maybe, you're probably right, that maybe there was one published in between now and 2003. Maybe that's why it's not in there.
That's
Here it is, Catherine.
I got it right
We have a
here.
copy of it.
we had
I
it.
got it right here.
Oh, right, yeah, but I
Never
wanted
mind
to
that.
She
see.
won't, we're trying to
Come on,
figure,
look.
David was made law.
Joyce, are you familiar with these tablets?
really?
I just want to make it print.
Keyboard?
Yeah, do you see the little search, the little magnifying glass at the top?
Okay.
But that actually is for searching. I don't know if it'll,
Okay, we have a motion on the table.
Yeah, we do.
The motion is to not put it on.
Do
Yeah.
not put it on to the warrant under the signature of the selectmen, or above the signature of the selectmen.
What? Would you clarify the motion for me?
It's for the selectmen not to have that warrant in there.
He's
that
got the
article in their
motion.
warrant.
Yeah, that's it in a nutshell. I can't recall the exact wording. Not put the deaf exemption on the warrant this year above the signature of the selectmen. The discussion part of that is that I don't see a need for it. We have one resident who has requested it. And by signing underneath this, that means I endorse it, and I
The
don't
value of
necessarily.
15,000.
If they get 25 signatures prior to February 7th, they can certainly get it on the warrant. and
So
the
the-
legislative body can vote at that time.
So the motion was not to place the deaf exemption on the warrant.
That's correct.
The second was by Catherine Dawson. Is there any more discussion on the motion?
I don't know if anybody realizes it, but it does say to the amount of $15,000.
Oh, in the law, it limits it to 15,000?
Yes.
Yes.
It does.
Okay. I stand corrected.
Yep.
It changes nothing for me.
Did we vote?
No,
Yeah.
she hasn't called it yet.
Well, they're still discussing it. That's why I haven't called it. Norm said, we're still reading it.
Well, I
What do
didn't know
you-
if I,
what do you think?
didn't know if I missed it.
What do you think? I haven't heard anything from your end of the table. Is there a reason that we should sign
I
that?
don't have any problems with putting it on the ballot, because it's $15,000.
I don't have an issue with it, and if the voters really don't want it, they'll vote it down. But there could be somebody out there that can't hear, who has had to take a much less quality job because of the lack of hearing, that would benefit from the 15,000. It might make the difference of whether or not he can stay in his house.
Might.
But they have the opportunity to come in before the selectmen on the hardship, do they not?
There's a lot of people out there that are very proud, and they
Well,
don't
there's a lot
want
of
to do it.
people, because
Why
they're
would
proud,
they
won't come in for the
a
deaf.
exemption?
But if they truly
Then
need
they
it.
don't. Then they won't. But I mean, they have to qualify for it too. They have to go to a doctor, they've got to be able to show that they're truly
If they're
deaf.
that proud, they might not even admit that they're having a hearing problem.
Right.
I don't see any right.
I mean, if we're given exemptions for the blind and for elderly and for, other issues, I don't see why.
What's the
we're-
exception if your taste buds are shot?
Because
I have
every
no sense of smell. I'm a chef.
time
Of
we,
course, I'm retired, but, I mean, that's an issue, and so we do that?
every time we allow an exemption, granted 15,000 off their assessment is not hugely significant, but if you had a multitude of deaf people, it would be, and you have to think of that. But every time you have these exemptions, someone has to pay what they are not paying.
I
So
think
it
it,
falls on the shoulders of the rest of the taxpayers.
But that, you
And
can
I
say
don't,
that for
and
every
again, I've got to
exemption we
say
have.
that deafness by itself does not preclude someone from earning a living.
I think, though, are we, and I'm just asking this question, are we as selectmen making a judgment and saying, no, because of our own personal experiences, that we are not going to place this on a warrant? Or are we doing our due diligence and researching it, getting the information out there to the public at the public hearings and at town meeting, and town meeting is too late, but at town meeting and letting the public know that this is on the warrant and allowing them to make the decision? Then we have the taxpayers making the decision about the tax money.
It's our job as selectmen to put the warrant together and create the articles in the warrant.
This would imply
In
that
it.
it's sponsored by the selectmen.
Exactly, thank you.
It's not. Some guy asked about it. And I'm not even necessarily not in favor of it. I'm just not in favor of signing that I think this is a good idea, and here's the warrant. Vote.
But as I recall, isn't that the same way that the blind exemption came forward, is we had
I have no clue whatsoever, as I wasn't involved in that on any of
had
it.
asked for it?
I would be
I don't know.
for it if we were not able to give hardship exemption. If there was not another avenue for them to go down, I would be for it. But because there is another avenue for them to pursue, I just seem to think it's redundant.
Because being deaf doesn't mean being disabled necessarily.
I'm back, it doesn't matter about, to me, it's not about the exemption itself, it's about taking the choice away from the legislative body.
you're not, because they have the...
We are if we don't put it on the
No, they
ballot.
have the opportunity to
That can be
create
said
a...
of 100 different issues in this town.
They have the opportunity, every single resident out there has the opportunity of the petitioned warrant article.
They need to use
It's
the
exercised
facilities, I
every year by somebody, every year. And that is their opportunity to put anything on the warrant that they so choose.
Okay. Any more discussion on the, oh, Joe's left. Wait for him to come back.
So he yells. Yes.
Quick, Joe's left, let's vote. Okay, next item, we moved on.
Anything.
How did we move on? At least tell me what the vote was.
We didn't,
Where does it say that?
we waited. Okay, is there any more discussion on the motion? I had Joe going there for a minute.
It's like, wait a minute,
What?
wait a minute, huh?
All those in favor of not putting the deaf exemption on the warrant, 2012 warrant? Say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
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 God bless America.
So
Democracy at its
it'll
best.
be 15,000.
What precludes somebody, what RSA prevents someone from applying for a deaf exemption, a blind exemption, an elderly exemption?
It's the greater of.
What precludes them
Yeah, what
from?
law
Getting all three.
prevents that from happening?
Triple dipping, as it
That
were.
I don't know. That's just
And if they're a veteran,
the
they
way we've
won't do the
treated it
hat
with the
trick.
disabled.
Back up.
When we adopted the disabled, I
Right,
had
but-
asked the question of DRA, which do you go for? And she said, no, you can only have one. Now,
Well,
what
that's
RSA
not-
that is, I don't know.
Yeah, that's just DRA's opinion. They've been wrong before.
I can
So
get
again,
clarification.
Yeah, what,
You
can
want me
we,
to do an attorney or
can
her?
we hold the
LGC?
vote until we find out? Sure. Till next week?
On the disabled?
I would like to know what RSA precludes somebody from piggybacking these
We have an
various
issue
exemptions.
about, we have an issue with this going to the Budget Committee, the warrant articles. Well, we can, this is not a money warrant
This is not
article,
one
so
that
we
they would
don't,
have to see anyway.
we don't really need to do that. Okay, wait a minute. What do,
Sorry, Madam Chairman.
we
Will
just,
this warrant article be including a $15,000 cap?
The RSA
the
caps it.
RSA says there's a
Up to
15,000.
15,000. So
Okay,
they would only
the
get,
Budget Committee doesn't get to weigh in on...
It's not an
revenue?
appropriation.
We're not raising
Not an
and appropriating.
appropriation.
I see, okay.
Right, it's not.
all it does
Just
is
less
it would
money
just-
we're
In your
collecting.
case, it
Correct.
would knock $15,000 off the value of your house.
We just voted on this, took a motion, so
Really isn't much.
we need to
No.
vote to, we need to make a motion now to
No, it's...
table that motion till next week.
No, there's no motion. Did somebody make a motion?
We voted on the motion.
Right, so now that's done.
No,
We haven't made a motion to adopt it.
yes, that's what,
Yes, we
That's what we
did.
just
I didn't-
voted on.
We voted on it.
We
motion was-
voted on a
voted on
motion
was-
not to put it on the warrant,
yeah, and it failed.
and it failed.
Yeah, but we didn't
We
vote
did
to
not
put
make
it
a
on the
second
warrant.
motion to put
Oh.
it on the warrant.
Okay.
So right now, it's done. We're no different than what we were before we made the motion, right? So we can make a motion next week,
Oh,
or any other time we meet, to put it on the warrant.
Well, then,
That-
Look at this,
that's
is that
really
motion
splitting.
failed. So
No, it
just
isn't. That's exactly the way it is.
motion failed, you,
that
for
is
them, but
really,
it was passed
Make a motion to put it
You
on
have
the
a copy, we'll look at,
Change my
wait a minute.
mind,
I-
is what it is. You can bring it up.
No.
Make a motion to put it on the
So
warrant.
you're going to make a motion to put it on the warrant, not knowing what law precludes somebody from piggybacking all these exemptions. That doesn't concern anyone here? Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
I'm not even there yet, Catherine. I'm still back at where you're going with that it doesn't,
No, I'll be more than happy to...
You can bring it, you can bring up
because the motion
anything.
fails doesn't mean it's not.
You can bring a failed motion up anytime. I take Mr. Valencourt, who seems to bring up his issue every single year, whether it fails or not. A failed motion is that. A motion is putting a topic on the table for discussion.
Are we not
That
working
topic-
from this
That topic
template?
ended.
Apparently we are. I
Bring
think
it up.
the matter is settled personally.
Joe could bring up
It's my
that.
motion.
I'm
I
sorry.
won't say it again. I
Joe
mean,
could
we-
bring that
we-
motion up again, and so could I, this evening, and call for another vote.
We had a vote
make a
on my
motion to
issue.
protect my
Thank you very
vote.
much. Democracy in action.
Sure. So now, basically, you have an opportunity
Yeah, I'm
to
just looking in
convince
there.
us that maybe it is a good idea, because there is a certain amount of lack of information here.
Let's just move on.
Okay.
I'm going to take this one.
Robert's Rules of Order.
Don't give me Robert's Rules of Order on this one.
I love Robert.
Let's just
I
move
hate
on.
Robert.
Now you really ticked me off. Okay.
All right.
Be in the Wadley seat.
The article on the ratification of the intergovernmental agreement, I had explained last week, is that this is a requirement of the school district, that the school district does not want to go forward with putting this on their ballot and making the necessary appropriations that they need and setting up special accounts just on a school district vote. I mean, it can only be done with just a school district vote. They want the added comfort level that the people that are signing this agreement, that those legislative bodies are in favor of it. That's the purpose of this warrant article.
Well, and what I was saying before is, I don't want our legislative body to be voting on an article that they think is enabling for them. They need to know that the town of Tilton can take absolutely no action on this article. If they vote yes, if they vote no. If they vote no, it doesn't mean it's not going forward at the school district. And
No,
quite frankly...
what he told me was that if they vote no, then the other members in the agreement won't be able to be in the agreement.
So we have an article on our
Didn't she
warrant.
say that, Joe?
We have an article on our warrant that is unbinding, non-binding. And if our town meeting, those present at our town meeting, vote no, they're not going to bring it forward at the district meeting? They're saying that some type of...
No, they'll still do it at the district meeting.
Okay, so
But
what do
they'll
they-
have to amend it to say Tilton doesn't want to be a part of it.
But yet that is crazy.
Now, it's my understanding that only the governing body can enter into these kind of agreements. Is that correct?
No, the legislative body has a lot of authority, but the governing body is authorized to enter into these agreements without the legislative body's approval.
Correct. 53A was specifically created to do that.
That's correct.
Okay.
So,
53A?
and I don't mind asking the legislative body, what do you think? I mean, as I think you can tell, I haven't
That's all this is
been,
doing. That's all this is doing, is if everybody at town meeting voted, no, we don't want to have anything to do with it, then wouldn't you want to honor the wishes of your town meeting?
of course,
Then you would go buy gas, go get a contract to buy gas somewhere else.
Right.
of course, but the problem is, selectmen, as boards of selectmen, as this board of selectmen, we have far more information on this underground storage tank agreement, the costs related to it, than the legislative body does.
And we have this much time to explain it to a very small portion of the legislative body in a very short period of time.
And we all know what special interest groups can do at town meeting. Call the vote before we even have a chance to really get into an explanation so they can truly make an educated vote.
I think the board can speak to it, and it would be just a regular vote.
It's a pretty cut and dried thing. You vote no, and we'll pay 50 cents more a gallon for every gallon of fuel that goes into the town vehicles. Pure and simple. Because that is it in a nutshell.
Yeah, I'm not against it, I guess it's fine.
But you want to change that word will to would?
No, I'm fine. You can leave it alone. I don't want to jeopardize the agreement. That's the problem.
I don't think this will jeopardize the agreement. It really is a simple thing, and everybody understands the price of fuel. By entering into this contract, we save upwards of 50 cents per gallon of fuel. And we've used, what, 12,000 gallons or something last year?
Sure.
We have the exact figures.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm moving on.
This is just a contract of where we're going to buy our gas at the very best possible rate. For all of the
Is this recommended?
convoluted language.
Do we need to vote to recommend this?
No, there's no money involved.
Okay. We're still not,
Wondered where I got that.
didn't we do that last year on
58
one that there
hours.
was no money article, but we voted to recommend,
I don't
recommended by selectmen?
No.
On one that was no money article? I
No,
believe
'cause-
we did, wasn't it?
It's only required on money.
I know it's only required on money,
I
but
seem to
I
recall
believe
that
we
we
did.
did put our name to one,
Yeah.
That
that the
didn't,
selectmen recommended passage
Right.
of this article or something. Yeah, I think we did. Even though we didn't have to, I think we did. At least I remember the discussion. For the life of me, I can't remember which one it was.
I know, this is getting awful, isn't it, that you can't remember?
You know what it is, that we conduct so much business,
Yes.
and I don't even rely on my memory anymore. I think it's too dangerous.
Yeah, like where'd you put the top to that thermos?
I can blame that on an 8-year-old. Pardon? Yep. Yes, I should say. It should be up, or it might be on the desk. No, the 2011 is right here in this rack, or at least it was.
You want to go to our town report, and I can type in the word, and it will come up? I've got to learn how to use that, because it is helpful.
I've been looking for where the RSA might be that would determine, if you're blind and elderly and...
Don't you think I would have asked that?
Yes, I do, but we need something in writing to prove it.
Click it.
First and tell them.
Okay,
Little icon, trying to get it to come on.
sometimes it's a little...
11, so we're going to make the 11 annual report. But you had me there.
The Silver Lake Road project article is just a housekeeping issue, correct?
Correct. It's just, we still have the authority to bond.
There's no money in that account, correct? We're just going to get rid of...
We never borrowed it, right, there's
Okay.
no
Right,
money.
no, there was just an authority to.
But that kind of counts as if we had the money, we had gone ahead and taken the, as far as against what we could borrow in the future.
It allows the selectmen to go out and borrow.
But for that one specific purpose of which we have no further need.
Right.
Well, unless we wanted to fancy it up.
Maybe while we're looking for that, the
Street lights.
next two warrant articles were on our warrant in 2010, I believe. And they were immediately tabled.
Yes. And one of the individuals that it directly affected did not want it to be tabled. He wanted his opportunity to speak.
When we get down to the end, there's a thing about any other business that may legally come before the meeting. Can we untable motions that were, warrant articles that were tabled prior to that?
I believe you can untable a motion at any time during the meeting.
Yep.
but not from years prior.
No.
No, but from this here, if they
Right,
table
correct.
these, we can bring them up again at the end,
Unless they protect the
Anytime you
vote.
want.
Unless they protect the vote.
Right,
which undoubtedly they would.
probably.
That's become the new thing.
Yep.
I always was under the impression that if an article is tabled,
I don't think we
that
do.
it cannot be taken off the table for further
Correct.
discussion during that meeting.
No, I don't believe
It
so.
effectively kills that article.
You can
so,
overrule
too.
the moderator. The legislative body can pretty much do what they want. You have to remember Robert's Rules of Order
Yeah.
is just
at that
a
meeting.
guideline.
Right.
The legislative body can overrule.
And if it gets approved.
The
and have your
moderator
votes
at
to
any
do it, then
time.
it comes up for discussion again. That's not saying somebody might not stand up and table it again, but
Now, I have another question, because I'm really not savvy here. I'll catch on. Let's
Doing
say
great.
let's just say I stood up and said I'd like to table the first one of those, which is the Pest House Road one. I make a motion to table this
We
one.
haven't. We didn't do it last year.
Didn't, we must have just
You
talked about
second.
it.
So, isn't there a discussion period
No,
involved
it's
in that?
non-debatable.
no, it's not debatable.
With no discussion
It's got to be
whatsoever?
voted on at that point.
Unless
Well,
you
that is totally
overrule the
bogus.
moderator. You can overrule anything. You just need to get the vote from the legislative body.
Okay, so which one are we on? Underground storage.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what we're talking about.
And the question was, did you want, could we put recommended by the selectmen?
Yes.
And there is no article that we recommended that wasn't an appropriation.
Right.
So we didn't put recommend or non-recommend. So we just say, yes, it goes on the warrant, and no, it doesn't go on the warrant, so.
Right, that's it.
Okay, and then the next two are the closing off, well, I shouldn't
So
say
did we
closing.
say it was going to go on the warrant? Did everyone agree to that?
I think it should go on the warrant.
Yeah.
It's a very important agreement.
Okay.
Yep. Then,
I say yes, too, so.
Yeah, they should have the opportunity.
I said yes, Joe.
Where's my gavel? Oh, you're the matter.
whoops, I should have bolded that. On the next one on the island, I need to know what you want to call the capital reserve fund.
Wait a minute, what about,
Well, since it's. the
you just
Tilton
copied
Island.
Pest Road and you copied Range Road?
Correct, no changes to them from the
Okay.
prior.
And then the capital reserve on the island.
Yeah, I need a name.
What's the
Why
name
don't
of
we,
the island?
Tilton
that's-
Island
you've got it.
Park Capital Reserve Fund.
Oh, well,
It doesn't
isn't
say
that,
park, I think everybody just calls it the island.
Yeah, but what's the
Why
official
don't-
name of it?
There isn't
Tilton
one.
Northfield Island.
Why did we refer to it in our agreement with them?
Tilton
Tilton
Northfield
Northfield.
Island.
Then I would stick to that.
yeah,
Tilton Northfield Island.
yep.
Can you look up on on the Parks Commission and see what we call it? So we
The
can be-
Parks Commission?
Under Parks Commission, they have all.
They call it Island Park, but that has nothing to do with the name of the island.
No, we changed it.
Oh, really?
We were
Yeah.
to go to our website, I guess. We're going to our website.
And then we're changing it from just an appropriation to making an appropriation into a capital reserve fund.
You said
So-
the Parks Commission?
Yep. So there's three things you have to do. You have to create the fund, you have to name agents for the fund, and then you have to put money in the fund.
I see you have not included the language that makes it contingent on Northfield's vote.
Right, because you told me you wanted that out. You didn't want it to be
I
contingent.
personally wanted it out. I don't know about the rest of the board, but has there been a conversation with the Northfield Selectmen that we were going to leave that out, and why?
I had mentioned it to Glenn that instead of just doing it as an annual appropriation, that the board wanted to go ahead and create a capital reserve fund. He didn't say anything. I mean, that's your right to do it.
Well, I didn't, because we have been in such close communication with the selectmen over there on it, and when Pat and I left that night, we did agree. So if we're going
That it
to
would be contingent.
not agree, I want them to be very,
They were very specific when we left that
yeah.
the article would read, it would be contingent upon. If we, as a board, all agree that it could, again, for reasons that Catherine has been stating, that, if it fails in Northfield, then once again, we're back in the same boat another year, another year,
Right, and
another
that's
year.
why you said you didn't want it to be contingent upon Northfield.
Yeah, we-
Right, but I want to be very open with the Northfield Selectmen.
Right, so-
As to why we have changed our minds when as I said, when Pat and I left.
As soon as you have your motion, I'll be more than happy to send it to them and tell them what you're doing.
That's not going to get to the selectmen, it's going to get to the town administrator.
No, I'll email to all the selectmen.
Individually,
Okay.
and
Well,
copy the,
one of
Okay.
them, one of them bounces back, but,
and copy the administrator. Okay, and be very explicit on.
so
as
the
to
reason
why
you're
we-
leaving it
On
out,
why we would like to do that.
If this board agrees to it.
I think we need to put up our share of the money because it needs to be done,
Right.
regardless of what.
And then
they
that way,
issue.
we have the money, then
Yeah.
when
right, that's the way
they
I
vote,
explained it. I mean,
We don't have to do this back and forth business. If we put it in a capital reserve account, the money is appropriated, there it is.
Right.
If Northfield doesn't go for it this
Right.
year, but they go for it next year, we don't have to fuss around. We've already put
right.
up our money.
So exactly what you
And
said
if
is
over a
what I will
period of
explain to
time-
them why we took that contingency out of it.
If over a period of time, Northfield will not appropriate the money, then we can, the Board of Selectmen at that time can bring a warrant article forward that would dissolve that and put that money into the general fund.
And the other thing it creates for us, and Joyce, I got to commend you for the wording of this article, it creates for us is a little mini emergency fund. If something happens over there and we have to immediately
No,
do
it
something to stabilize it,
Well, stabilization work.
we have this money sitting in the capital
Study
reserve
and
fund.
repair of retaining walls.
yes,
And for any other stabilization work.
right.
So if we have another 100-year flood and we have to do something at that island,
We've got 15
there's
grand to do it.
15,000 to do it.
Which probably
why
won't
I
go
took
very
it out.
far if that's the...
Well,
That
no,
is an
blocks
issue,
will go a
and that's
long
going to,
ways.
in the very near future, to the town of Tilton, it's going to be a huge money issue if we don't start doing something now with
That
it,
island's already eroded.
right? I agree, totally agree.
Did you get to the website yet?
Yeah, I'm on their website, but they took the island out because they're not in
And it's not under
control.
their jurisdiction.
It's not under their jurisdiction, we are. So it's
Yeah,
not
but they
under,
own
Look
that.
under the rules. Look,
No,
I
but the
did.
Board of Selectmen took the island out of the jurisdiction of the park commissioners.
I see.
Yeah, but why wouldn't we still keep the information there?
Well, it should
Not
be
here.
listed, but it's not going to be listed on the park commissioners. We should ask Tim to.
well, let me see if I
To
can
put
find it
that-
We can
anywhere
make a
else.
separate little thing for Tilton.
For the Island Park.
Okay. So check the name. Whatever was on the documents that you had created, we'll use that same name.
Yeah.
Okay. So the selectmen recommend this.
That's in the computer over here, I think.
I think I'd make a motion to recommend this appropriation
Yes, second.
for the Tilton Northfield Island Capital Reserve Fund for the purpose of engineering study and repair of retaining wall for any other stabilization work, and further to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now
agree.
now the selectmen recommend the appropriation. Okay. To see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of, to be added to town roads, streets, and bridge reconstruction and repair capital reserve. Now, this is one that the Budget Committee has asked us to take another look at, because we all know that it's $1.6 million in a 10-year plan. So we have to come up with a figure, in a reasonable figure that's not going to overburden the taxpayers, that we can, we usually put in 40,000.
Yes, that's what we usually put in.
The amount of the state,
Town report.
Yeah, I just put it over here.
the amount of the state grant for road reconstruction is what, 58,000?
I need 20.
Seems like we should go with that as a bare minimum.
It's just Island Park? Oh, it is Island Park, okay.
Northfield, Tilton and Northfield Island Park.
Okay.
If you're going to use Tilton, I'd put Northfield in there too.
It's Tilton and Northfield
Yes.
Island Park.
Ooh, this is Catherine Dawson's. I gotta make sure this goes back to her.
Yeah, I went over there. Mine is at home.
It's 34. Her to
Yeah,
use the
maintenance,
Thrive.
police services and facilities for Island Park, Tilton Northfield Island Park Scope of Work. Tilton, yeah.
Wow.
Where did you look under?
I'm looking under the documents that we created.
Oh, so you're looking under your own personal stuff.
But we need
okay.
to, I wasn't aware that they had been taken off the website, so we've got to do that.
Yeah.
You have these documents?
Yeah.
Put on.
I'm going 4 pages here.
Okay, so what's a
All right,
reasonable?
As of December 31st, 2010, we had $218,898. We put in another $40,000 last month, and then I don't know what we're earning for interest. I can get a,
Do we have a recommendation from the finance manager?
no,
Do we have a recommendation from the town administrator?
well, I would say at a minimum 40,000, stay with the plan that we've had.
Are you on the Tilton Roads?
I think we ought to
Town
bring it
Road
up
Streets?
myself.
Didn't Dennis have a figure in mind considering the
amount of the state grant.
work that he gave us?
He wanted,
the
he
papers?
wanted to take also, in addition to, Joe,
Right.
take the highway block grant and put it into the
Right.
reserve fund.
But I think we ought to raise it up, a minimum of at least 50,000.
What's the block grant?
That is in your revenue summary.
58?
56, I think it is.
Yeah, 56 this
56
year.
or
I
58.
think it's 56.
So that goes 60,000.
Yeah. So that if we go to 60 with the block grant, then that will bring it up 100,000. I mean, we got to start bringing it up. We got a lot
If we
of
go
lumpy
for a full
roads.
$100,000, that's a lot of money.
Are we going to
No,
put
no.
the block grant in there, though?
We're
It doesn't
going to
usually
add
go in there.
60.
No.
The reason we don't specifically put the block grant money in there is because, for cash flow purposes, if we just raise and appropriate an amount similar, then it'll get put in. Normally, we do that at the end of the year.
The other question,
It saves us money on TANs.
well, the other question would be then, how would you, $56, does that say 50? 50 revenues. State of New Hampshire. Where is it?
Oh, he has it lumped in with rooms and meals. Rooms and meals is like, what, 143?
I think it was 145, but that's, yeah, that's close enough.
Do we know whether or not in our, he's got it lumped into our revenues, so our revenues, just thinking out loud, he's depending on that, or are we adding that? Did he, Tim?
Right, no, if you take it from the highway, then you're reducing our revenue.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to just raise and appropriate $60,000, boom,
Right.
to put into this.
Right.
You know, we get 50-some odd thousand for block grant. I'm not banking on that figure. That could change.
Right.
But, you know, it has to do with cash flow. That's
I
why
would say-
we've never dedicated the block grant money. We just raise and appropriate it.
I would be comfortable with 60,000 going in, because we don't have any huge money articles that are coming up
Right.
this year that we know of, unless there's any surprises that are coming.
10-year plan is a big
It's a
issue.
huge issue.
If we don't put money right now, it's going to cost us.
Our roads are really,
later.
right, it really is.
I
So,
do believe.
what do you recommend?
Personally, I would like to see at least the level of the block grant be put in this account, which would be 56 or whatever
So
that is.
then that
we
would be
go for
double it,
60.
and then that would be 120 in going into it.
And that would give us a total of
That would be-
$325,000 on a
So-
million.
You have to remember,
That would be a dot.
when we do these huge road plot projects, much less impact on the taxpayers if you bond it,
Right,
the large road projects.
yeah, if we get into
This fund is really for
The small part.
sidewalks, like the Peabody streets, the short
yeah,
side, the short projects to do. The large projects, like the Class 2 state aid roads, that's a bond.
Dennis's $1.6 million didn't include the Class 2 state aid roads. He
No,
did all
no.
Just the small,
That's a
or the
bond.
sidewalks.
No, that's.
The $1.6 million
that's a bond
didn't
issue.
include the side, right,
But the larger town projects, you would also bond.
right.
And we're gonna pay back the amount of the bond plus the interest on that bond. We're not asking for $1.6 million here. We're asking for $55,000-$60,000 instead of 40.
right.
Oh, I'm up for 60. I heard 120,000.
No, because then you're adding the block grant as well.
Is
That's
the
what we
block
want.
grant
I'm not
going to
talking
get
about
added?
adding
I
to the
think,
block grant.
Yeah,
I think
oh,
Dennis
oh,
plans
oh.
on that
know what I'm
income
saying?
No, we
for his
don't.
operating budget.
Correct.
No, yeah. No, his operating budget is the operating
We're
budget.
responsible for where he gets the money.
He's never counted on the block grant money for his operating budget because we
No,
don't
much to his
dedicate it.
chagrin,
He
but
wanted that this year to specifically go to that.
he mentioned
Well, he
that to me
asked for that
specifically.
because that's his mindset. But if we raise and appropriate an amount equal to or more than, it's the same thing, only better. So instead of us putting in the block grant in here, we're putting in $60,000. So he's getting that money whether or
From
not we
property
title it
taxes.
block grant. It doesn't matter where it comes from.
I'm with you, Catherine, on that. I'm not in favor of designating specifically in the warrant
Yeah.
article that it's to come from the block grant.
Right.
Nobody's asking you to do that.
Certainly.
I'm not even thinking that, Joe.
Okay, well, it sounded like Catherine was
No,
thinking
I'm
No,
just
that's what
thinking-
Dennis has asked
Yeah.
year after year, is us to
Right.
dedicate the
Exactly.
block grant. He wants to see a warrant article, because that way he's assured.
We're trying to just brainstorm and think aloud of what we
Right.
could determine as a safe amount.
Right.
So that we could comfortably do some roads in his 10-year plan that he can get covered within the next few years, that we can, without having to go into huge bonds on the state.
This also gives us a heck of a reserve fund to leverage against those bonds, but you gotta have money to get money.
No,
Lots of
because
times.
when you go into the Class 2 state aid road projects, for example, the town is expected to pay 100% of the project. Then we get reimbursed our 2/3 from the state.
Yeah, sure we do.
In how many
Silver
years?
Lake Road.
Now, that worked, we got it. In fact, we got an advance from them, which is unheard of.
When did you anticipate making applications for them to come do the
Dennis and I have
engineering
talked
estimate?
about the Class 2 state aid roads. He is working on them as we speak. He showed them to me yesterday.
Oh, good.
And very shortly after town meeting, he should have that pretty well set. So we're going to have, and that's the next thing we need to work on, and have
Get
a
that
plan and
application.
immediate, get an application in. And then at next year's town meeting, you're going to see
Some
road
warrants.
projects.
Right, okay.
You think they can design
And then
it?
we're going to have to resurrect that road committee, because we're
Right,
going to
I've got
have to
that on the list.
argue, you're going to
I know.
have those
Right here.
4 roads. And I think an argument can be made that Clark and Winter definitely will remain Class 2 state aid roads, because they carry the traffic to and from the Veterans Home.
Right.
Yep.
Don't
We
know if
agree.
we're going to, Califf is iffy. Colby, I don't think we can
No, I
make
don't-
that argument, because it's a connector
Right,
to School Street. School Street, we could probably make a claim,
right.
Same retention.
an argument, yeah.
And the worst one of all, Lancaster, would probably get stuck with.
Lancaster, yeah, that goes from Tilton to Tilton,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
And that's the worst one.
Yeah,
in
but people
the
use that
bunch.
as a
Well,
cutoff, if
Lancaster's
3 and
in the
11
Well,
is...
Right now.
that's not a dead
Only
issue,
'cause
it's
they
an
paved
argument to be
Right.
made.
Well, that pavement isn't any better than the bed it's
Oh,
sitting
no,
on.
because they just shim coated it. They did do some,
You drive over it this spring, it'll probably be just
So-
as bad as the
they
other
did
ones.
do some
For
drainage work.
60,000, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, 60.
Do you want to make a motion to that?
50,000?
60.
60s.
I would definitely make a motion to put $60,000 as the dollar figure in that article for town road, streets, bridges, reconstruction, capital reserve fund.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to see if the town will vote and raise and appropriate the sum of $60,000 to be added to the town road, streets, and bridges reconstruction and/or repair capital reserve fund that was created in 2005. Any more discussion? All those in favor of the article?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, next one is to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of to be added to the Recreation Facilities Capital Reserve Fund that was created in 2002, said fund to come from unreserved fund balance. Whoa.
So, Catherine, I don't think the Parks Commission line item is going to have any unexpended appropriation.
Well, no, this is a duplication of last year's,
Right.
when they knew they did.
Right.
So we can take that off.
Okay.
And I've asked them, they have talked about a figure to put into the capital reserve fund, because the next thing they want to do is pursue, I'm calling it Little League, just
All right, so,
it's made a,
so that you do want to put money in it, but it's not coming from unreserved fund balance.
no. No.
Just say that was
They just
created in
want to put an
2002.
they just want to replenish the reserve fund.
Right, so I have to strike, said sum to come from unreserved
Correct.
fund balance.
Oh, yes. That was created in 2002 as end of
Do they have a
sentence.
figure?
We've talked about it. Norm, do you recall an exact figure?
No, I don't.
How much money is in that fund now?
I don't know, I'd have just,
Right now, well, through December 30th. Oh, I'd have to say none. You spent it all this year. As of December 30th last year, it was 43,000.
They
they haven't
spent,
spent it all.
They haven't spent it all?
No,
13 grand on an ice rink.
yeah, they haven't spent it all.
well,
No,
no, there's a lot
the-
more on that ice creek.
The water?
Water,
The well?
the well,
The
Yeah, but
well's
the
been
ice
paid.
rink
There
was
was
about,
money.
was under $6,000.
and 10,000 for the,
Yes, but there was
Irrigation?
money that was encumbered last year to pay for sprinkling and stuff. The issue with the water, the well, and the estimates to put the sprinkling system in Riverfront and the ball field, money was encumbered from 2010.
My suggestion would be that
So
we'll
Tim-
ask Tim to give you the report, because he's been tracking this.
okay,
the-
so we don't know how much is left in the reserve funds, and why are we do we know how much the park commissioners want?
No, they won't meet until the 7th.
Oh, I thought
Well,
we
that's
had at
too
the
late
bottom,
for-
it was
for us.
5,000.
No, it
At the bottom
isn't.
of their budget.
No, Tim can, well, he's not going to be here tomorrow, but we
The
can...
deadline is,
February 7th.
no, that's the deadline for petitioned warrant articles. The deadline for moneyed articles, their last public hearing date is what, the 15th? I know they have one scheduled on the 8th.
Correct. That would be their
You're
last...
going to ask us to submit something to the Budget Committee and then change it after the public hearing?
No.
Not me, it's the park commissioners.
Maybe we could get the park commissioner, the chairman, at least to come to our next meeting to throw it on.
I think that's way too late.
I'm really iffy about this whole issue of giving them extra money for
That's not the decision of this board, that's the decision of the legislative body. The legislative body created that capital reserve fund, and last year the legislative body voted to allow them to put their reserve fund
I'm
balance in
having a
there.
harder and harder time putting my name on the bottom of this document. And these guys don't seem to have a plan.
course
Don't know
they
how
do.
much they want, we don't know how much they've got, we don't know what they want to do with it, but they want money.
You have the budget.
I'm a taxpayer too. I'm not
What,
against Parks and
30,000,
Rec, but hey,
31,000?
Well, I thought at the bottom
Answer
of
some
their
questions
budget
for me.
page, what-
Well,
that
does-
they had an amount at the bottom.
You know, they meet once a month.
For reserve. But I don't have...
No, I know Tim had been tracking what had been encumbered from 2010, what had been spent in 2011, and how much has been transferred from the capital reserve fund. And I do know that he said that there wouldn't be any unreserved fund balance this year in your line item.
Yes, and they spent that intentionally.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe we ought to strike this whole article and not even,
I mean,
Okay,
quite
putting it in
frankly,
this year.
if you don't want to do it, they can do it by petition.
Or some hard, fast numbers for us to look at.
I'm just speaking for them. I'm not,
Well, we know
I'm-
that the Budget
I can-
Committee will be asking these questions. and
It
we don't
doesn't
have those
seem
answers
like
tonight.
it, for the sake of not being negative,
Isn't there something at the bottom?
yeah, it says replacement to capital reserve fund. We will be spending about 21,000 out of the fund this year, 7,000. We put 5,000, I think, in from last year budget.
Okay.
so there's definitely money left in there. And quite frankly, they could say, no, we don't want to raise any money.
So we need to know how much money.
You know what I do?
Is
is
left in
why
that
don't you
capital
call-
reserve fund.
Why don't
Why
you
don't
get a
we-
hold of Bob Hardy tomorrow and ask him?
do that or just go with 5,000, which was less than what they put in last year from the unreserved fund balance.
And there's the park commissioner speaking for you.
So is that a motion?
Okay, I'll move that, the line, that article say the sum of 5,000.
Second.
And it strikes the unreserved fund balance.
Yeah, because there isn't any.
Yeah, they spent that.
So everything after 2002 in that article would be struck.
Yeah, they spent their unreserved fund balance so that they were not drawing down,
On the capital
depleting the capital
reserve.
reserve fund.
Making sure they have money to operate is totally something that I can be behind,
Oh, I lost my webpage.
Okay. Oh, we're almost there.
We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of putting this warrant article in the warrant to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be added to the Recreational Facilities Capital Reserve Fund that was created in 2002. Oh, I said all those in favor.
Oh, I'm sorry, aye.
I think you're still
Missed
recovering
that
from
bit.
yesterday. Yesterday was a
Yes.
long day for you guys.
All those opposed?
Aye.
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 Two opposed?
3.
I'm sorry.
We were doing the opposed at that point,
Oh,
Sandy.
but I also did the, I'm in favor. I heard the ayes
You
and I
sit
just
on
thought
the
we were
fence.
voting.
Those of us who sit on the fence.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to be on the fence. Can we vote again? I'm sorry.
Instant replay.
roll call vote, Pat.
Okay, those in favor of putting the Recreational Facilities Capital Reserve Fund of a figure of $5,000 on the warrant this year,
Okay.
say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Me.
me. I think it ought to come from the park commissioners, and I don't think,
He's a park commissioner.
you know what, we had over a 10-minute discussion of what they want to do, where it wants to go, how they want to do it, and all of that, and it's not come, we have struggled to try to get budgets, we've struggled to try to get a lot of things from the park commissioners. I think that they should have known that we need warrant articles, and we could have an amount to put in here.
I suspect that they weren't even aware of this. I wasn't, I didn't even think about it at the last meeting. I didn't even think about it.
It comes every time, the same time every year.
Well, let's put it, I look at it this way.
And we have a selectman liaison to that committee.
3-2, democracy,
have-
God
Hey,
bless America.
it passed,
They
let's
have
move
spent
on.
down that line, that capital reserve fund, which took several years to build up. Let's build it up slowly. We don't
Right, I
have to-
agree.
we're
You
not
want-
in
you don't
any
want to
rush.
completely deplete it.
Just hold that.
Yeah, and I think that's very well said,
The
Norm.
ice rink.
And that leads us to the next warrant article, which is pretty much the same thing. You don't want to deplete it. We did take money out for the 2009 reval.
When is the next revale? It's every, what,
14.
5 years?
It's in 14.
Every 14 is when we have it scheduled.
How much does it
35
cost?
I don't have my budget book with me. I think, well, right now, we're paying like $38,000 a year.
Yeah,
And
but
then
that's
the
not
last
coming out of
year.
this capital reserve account.
No, and in the last year is when you have the big bump.
Our last revale that Vision did was 120,000.
Yeah, but how much did Avatar charge in 2009?
Oh, because we had already spread it out. If I can go grab my budget book.
Go ahead.
Or I could.
Well, how much did we put into it last year?
We
So
did,
do you-
17,000.
Do you have a figure for us to put in there?
I had put
Recommended?
in the same as last year.
17? And
Is that going to
It
be
just,
enough money?
well,
it just makes the
why
bite
are we
nuts.
why aren't we spreading it out over the 5 years? Why are we having a big bump?
If it's going to be like 125,000, why aren't we amortizing that over 5 years?
We are. We're doing
Yeah, but not at
25.
17,000.
No. The data verification part, that expense, we're amortizing over the 4, 5 years.
Because they're doing it randomly throughout.
Not
those-
randomly, they're doing it by section now.
Well, they're doing
Random
it
didn't
over
work.
the 5,
Right.
those 5 years.
The biggest cost in the last year is doing the sales study and the sales verification. That's a huge expense. The other expense is that they do one last final drive-by with every single card.
I hate the drive-by. I hate the drive-by.
No, so they haven't
It's
missed a
worse than a
card, that
drive-by
they're not
shooting, a
missing a
drive-by
property.
But they do,
Sounds ominous.
because they do drive-by.
It
Then-
is ominous.
Then once they calculate the new values and the selectmen have accepted the values, then they hold hearings. And then they go back and they check some. So it's quite involved before you actually accept the values and you get ready for your December
Well,
tax.
then it goes back to the question, are we putting enough into that capital reserve account each year to cover that? The answer I'm getting is no, just to cover some of it.
Right. Because
So
we're
then
already,
you get
right,
that-
because we're already appropriating money every year. We're appropriating 40,000 every year.
Right.
And also, we're
That's
putting it
for
out
the
for
ongoing
bid, so I don't even
annual-
know
That's
what
in our
that final
budget,
cost will
but
be.
that's in our
Right.
budget.
Right, but that's including part of that reval cost.
Okay.
So that you don't have a huge spike in the last year.
Oh, I thought you said there was going to be a big spike.
No, there is,
Okay.
the amount will be larger than the 40,000.
Right, but not like
Okay.
the 120,000?
All right, as long as we're
Okay.
not going to,
So, let me get this straight in my little pea brain. Between the 40,000 that we appropriate every year for Avatar, and the 17,000 that goes in the revaluation capital reserve fund.
Right, that we put that
we
in
should
last year.
Come out even at,
I would, we'll be looking good.
okay. I can live.
You don't want to have a big jump that last year
No.
in your tax rate. So I'm
So
fine
you're
with the 17, the
recommending
same as
17?
last year. Mhm.
All right. Motion?
You want the exact amount that we put in last year?
You want me to go?
That's right here.
No.
We can just,
If you're recommending 17, we'll
Okay,
go
that's
with
fine.
17.
I would love to make a motion to place $17,000 in the revaluation capital reserve fund for the revaluation in 2014.
And I'd love to make a second.
Not
It
love
is-
to vote on it.
Which way you
I'd
gonna vote?
love to call for
So
a
we
s-
know.
Wait a minute, hold on.
this is like the Love Fest last
And
night.
I would love to have a discussion. Anybody for a discussion? All right, then I would love to call the vote.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, it was like pulling teeth.
Yes. All right. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of, is this the milfoil?
This is milfoil.
Yep.
Do
Okay.
you have a sum for us?
We've been doing $1,500, but I don't think nobody's
I
ever
don't think
invoiced any
anybody's-
money for
I
it,
have a
but
question. Have we ever spent any money for that?
yes.
Yes.
Really?
The
What lakes are they doing? They're not
When is
doing
it
Silver
did.
Lake.
Winnisquam.
Both lakes, both lakes.
Silver Lake is
Silver
almost
Lake.
choked out.
Well, there's no organized group,
Oh, this is last year's.
we
I
had,
bet you the Silver Lake Association would love to get some of that money.
Well,
toward
they can apply
mitigating
for it.
they can apply. I think Didn't-
haven't?
Why'd you hand this to me?
No?
Because it's got your name
Well, I
on
will
it.
mention that to some of the members.
The Conservation Commission, I think we made the agents of that fund, did we not?
Yes.
Well, we can look and see on that.
There's some places you can't even get a boat.
How much is in that fund now?
Not much,
Oh,
1,500 a year, and they're spending some of it.
No, it's got to be at least 3,000. I think it's been 2 years.
And you know,
shoot, this
that-
one
that'll
doesn't
take
name
out
the
little
agents.
hats like this.
It's
I think
I'm pretty
tank.
sure it's the Conservation Commission.
Boats and divers.
I'll make a motion to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,500 to the Lake Improvement Maintenance Capital Reserve Fund that was created in 2007.
Second.
Second?
A motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Unanimous. Okay, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the Budget Committee's recommendation, and we don't have a figure for that one, so.
There was 6,500, so add another 1,500. So that's getting up there,
So 65 in there?
8,000.
plus 15.
Plus whatever they've spent in Lake Winnisquam.
Yeah, we didn't spend any in 2011, I know.
There's no request.
Okay, so that, the,
So 1,500 is fine. That's a good amount.
do you have a final figure for the budget one on the bottom?
No.
Do we take it from here?
Not until the
Well, I mean, I know we have to take it from the very last day.
final, until the public hearing.
Right, and we, that's where we stick in the Budget Committee's number.
Okay.
Right.
I have a proposed warrant article. I tried to email it to Joyce, but her computer is not compatible with the open office thing that this computer uses.
There's a way you can, there's a way you
Tom
can
Selleck
save
would
it.
love this.
See if the town will vote that the sewer betterment tax is currently assessed upon those
Oh,
Right now,
no.
Tim it's knowing, right now, Tim projected the current tax rate for the town right now, it will affect it by approximately 4 cents.
Yeah, but what about all of us people? We'll never see sewer, never.
Neither will I. Ever. Wow.
You stand a
So
better
you
chance
want
than
to
we
do
do
this?
on Park Road.
Wait a minute.
Nope, it goes past me.
You want to, this is putting the betterment taxes over
Townwide.
townwide, not just the entire sewer.
Everybody pays for the betterment of Lockmere.
Just like everybody pays
Disaster.
for the betterment of Caleb Hill Road.
Or
Even though I
Silver
don't
Lake
drive on
Road,
it,
or
Silver Lake.
sidewalks. And you have to remember
There's no
something.
sewer on Cale Hill Road.
No, but I drive.
The
I don't
road.
drive on it, and I'll pay
If
for
the road
that.
project is done,
State road.
every resident, every taxpayer in the town of Tilton will pay. Right now, the Lockmere betterment just by itself increased the tax rate for those people affected, and I'm not affected. I will never have the benefit of sewer, ever, by 50%. Now, that's not fair. Specifically, the sewer projects on that end of town, that's cleaning up the lake. Every resident in the town of Tilton benefits from that lake being clean,
It's right at the head of the aquifer.
you know?
And my
You have-
sewerage used to go right directly into the ground, 150 feet from Silver Lake.
So the sewers protect groundwater, the lake's water. That's what they're protecting. It's not that somebody has the benefit of it. The user pays a user fee.
But people don't understand that what they're picking up is the debt service. All they're going to see is the word taxes. But it's not, they're just picking up the debt service.
Oh, I thought
Well,
it
that's
put
what they call
taxes
the
slash
sewer
fees.
betterment tax.
Right, and that can be explained. And I've sent I've sent this back and forth to the LGC. The other thing you have to remember is, the oldest sewer infrastructure in the town of Tilton is right here. And I've talked to the sewer commissioners. This is very close to the near future. The sewer in this end of town will have to be done. Now, I would hate to be a property owner in this part of town
If you think that
facing
was
the betterment
expensive.
fee for this project.
When we do that, can we also put all the electrical wires and everything underground?
That's not
Well,
a sewer
that's
thing.
interesting.
It's not
That's
a sewer
interesting.
thing, but
We're going to rip
That would be
everything
great.
up.
That was
I mean,
supposed
it has
happen
to do
back
with
in the
equity.
80s.
And again, I will never, I did this, I will never benefit from sewer. The sewer project completely bypassed me. There will never be sewer past my home. I will always be hooked to a septic.
Or water either, probably.
I will never have water. I would have to go under Route 3, across my property, across the street, under the railroad tracks to hook into the interceptor, and trust me, I am not paying for that.
Oh, that's outrageous, Catherine. That would be
So I will
outrageous
never
to
benefit
pay.
from sewer.
I gotta say that although I would be in favor of this particular warrant article, I would have to recuse myself from a vote because I'm affected by those sewer betterment taxes. And wouldn't feel comfortable on voting in my own best interest.
Well, yeah, but you can't look at it that way, because I could also say I'm not affected by this,
Right.
and I don't like it, so I'm not going to vote, because...
Well, you could vote no.
It doesn't,
You can vote no because you're not affected, certainly.
by you voting to put it in the warrant, all you're doing is voting it, to sending it to the legislative body. You're not
To vote
making a
on it.
decision to
According to
pass
some of
it.
the arguments I've heard here tonight, that's a perfectly good reason to do it. To let the governing body or the legislative body vote on it, let them see. But that, and I hadn't, it seems selfish somehow, but totally right with the aquifer issue. But when you lump in once this $10 million project is underway,
I wouldn't want to own property here, I'd be facing that.
it'll price apartments right out of the sky, right through the roof here in downtown Tilton. What do those people do who can least afford to have their rents raised any higher?
If that
Does
project,
that mean that all projects after this go amongst all of them, the betterments?
yes. That's what this is saying.
And people
Actually,
can
it doesn't say that.
vote the money for those projects at town
Right.
meeting.
And that's the other
Says-
issue.
it
When the
says
Silver Lake
currently
Road
assessed.
project, for
This
example,
warrant
went to
article
town
doesn't say
meeting,
that, Catherine.
people, well, that's because that's the way it works. That's
Yeah,
the
but
law.
It is currently assessed, it's only about these ones that are currently assessed. and
Yeah,
not
this
any
is, something happened when I printed this out. This is not what I wrote, because I know I had taxes/fees.
I was going to say, now that's an excuse, Catherine. I'm going to use that one.
No, that's what I'm looking at, but I did have it written differently. But like I said to you, this is also going to local government center. Christine Fillmore has this
I would
now.
also like to inject that perhaps there should be language in there that future projects of this sort with a townwide benefit should be paid for townwide.
Yeah, it did say that.
I don't even know how that would be fit in there, but-
It said past, current, and future. And then they I think, I showed it to Tim, and he commented on past. Well, the ones we're currently assessed are the past projects. So I took off past, but it should say current and future.
Now, would that also, that would only be sewers?
And I know why future got dropped off, because they asked me to include language specifically from the RSA, and that's what I did, and that's how future got dropped off.
So my question at this point is, this applies specifically to sewers as opposed to water?
Yeah, it says municipal sewers.
Okay.
Yeah, sewer abandonment taxes. Because the water districts are not part of the town of Tilton, they're
We
separate
don't get to
municipalities.
vote on any of
No,
that.
those are separate municipalities.
Wish
Only
there was a
Pat does.
way to word it so that it sounded more like a positive benefit.
Oh, there is, please.
I mean, we know that's a good benefit, but
Yes, please.
Well, whoever speaks to this warrant article can be really specific about the future needs of the sewer in downtown
Don't
Tilton.
ask me to speak to it, then.
why are you asking me to pay your betterment tax? Why?
Well, seeing as you're
Why are you asking me
downstream of the aquifer, I would think you'd be extremely concerned about the water that you're drinking.
Goes down 475 feet. It's beautiful water.
Water knows no
It
ups and
certainly
downs
is
underground.
now, and we want to
There's
keep
no
it
such thing
that
as
way.
up and down.
Oh, I understand that.
Just a quick little,
It's the path of least resistance.
Down.
quick little sidebar.
Period.
Was it two town meetings ago, I ran over to Northfield, because they were voting on the fire district. And then, since I was doing that, Dick Mayer and a couple other people had asked me from the sewer district in Northfield, would I get up and speak? Because historically, ever since that system was put in, the basin project was put in, the capital costs of the Winnipesaukee River Basin project were picked up by the entire town, because it was the town of Northfield that said, we want to join that project. There was no sewer district before that. So we always paid it. So then all of a sudden, one day, Glenn Smith said, why are we paying this? This is a sewer. Just took it out of the budget. Went to the budget committee and said, no, this isn't ours. This is the sewer user. Took it out. The sewer district doesn't have that money. They never have. They've never budgeted or anything. So I get up and I try to explain the history and all the benefits and, the whole thing. And is it excoriated? Is that a good word? Does that describe what they did to me?
Yeah.
Eviscerated, took your guts out.
I mean, people were like, fangs came out.
I saw some of those
I'm
people.
just telling you, this is the history, and this is why, it shouldn't be the capital cost, because even if you get your septic tank pumped out, you paid,
gotta go
you're
somewhere.
paying for that plant down there.
Yep.
And everybody gets their septic tank pumped out.
So good luck. I'll help you any way I can, Catherine.
I think it's going to be a very contentious thing at town meeting, because just like with us, we replaced our whole septic system, and absolutely nobody was helping us with that $18,000.
You'd be nice about it. Well, this doesn't have any money attached to it, so this can
Oh, it has.
Oh, it has a lot of money. Hello?
Excuse me.
It doesn't have an appropriation attached to it, because
It has a lot of money.
my advice would be, I wouldn't put this out there just yet.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
Like
good.
I said, it's gone to
Good.
Christine Fillmore, and I've
Yeah.
tried to send it to you to
Yeah.
get your,
Yeah.
My share of that betterment's gonna be over 35 grand. So I'm only one guy. And it's based on assessment. So there's people paying a lot more than that. I'm here to.
Why don't we sue the state and get the money that we're supposed to get it?
well, the sewer commissioners are providing that anyway.
Yeah, through betterments. I get a bill twice a year.
Right,
It
so we
actually
get to-
comes through user fees.
Right, they give us a check for that
Yeah,
30,000.
that comes through the user
But
fees.
they're not suing the state for not having that money.
No, we've
And
been writing
excuse
those
me, but
letters.
the
We've been writing them, we're not
talking
suing them.
about comes right out of my pocket, separate from sewer fees. I pay that and I pay a betterment
Yeah.
that's collected twice a year.
You also have to realize that there are properties in these sewer areas that will also never have the advantage of that sewer, unless they want to spend an exorbitant amount of money.
To be a user.
But they do pay the betterment. They don't pay a user fee, but they're still paying that betterment. And they won't, unless they pay, like I said, exorbitant sums of money like I would have to hook in. There's no benefit. It does not improve their properties, but yet they're footing the bill. It would be different if only, like in the water district, only the users vote for the project. But that's not what happens. Everyone, even those who do not directly benefit, so to speak.
Where are we?
I think they get to vote.
But that's because they're asking the town to appropriate this much money to borrow this much money in order to put the project in. That's why everybody votes on the money question.
Right, but
And then they make me pay it back.
again, in a water district, they also, that's a whole nother discussion.
Where are we with the state? It's just like a dead issue, or can we go?
It's another one of those things that you have to aggressively pursue.
Yeah,
It's
they
like you're
haven't-
talking about, we got to go down there
Haven't
and say,
appropriated the money.
like, say, look, you know what? You gave us a number, you recognized the project, you said you'd reimburse us, and then you reneged.
Right. And they're going to say, we went from budgeting $24 million every biennium to $8 million every biennium, and your number, I think we were, 4 in line?
Yeah.
And they cut it?
And we're
Hopefully we're
going to
number
say, you
3
know
in
what?
line.
You're reneged and you're lying sacks of crap.
I think
Joyce,
we
can
should
you
take
tell me what
Mr.
this is?
Salou with us. My old pal.
I've never seen this.
Okay, it's Tim's. Wait till he gets here then. Okay. All right, give that back to me, so,
So,
yeah, I think that's the agreement.
Joyce, do you have your copy? I gave you this.
Oh, that's the thing for
For
later.
tonight, right,
Okay.
okay.
Joyce, do you have your copy of the?
Yes, it's
I
all
just
written
want-
over.
That's okay, I just wanted to show you what I was, as Joe pointed out, it should say future. Oh, you already did it, here. You were so wasteful.
Tom-
Right, you got another thing,
Yeah,
okay.
Tom Gallant, I just handed it to you.
Yeah, it's down there. For-
He
Catherine
has
said it.
submitted his next invoice, and I
Oh.
can't pay it until, you had encumbered $1,000, but we took our vote before we had gotten his final estimate. His estimate came in at $423, I think, that same day.
572.80?
So we need to amend his change order.
At the door. $1,000
And then I have 2 items. Were you going to talk about this at all?
What is that?
Worth the meeting?
Oh, I can certainly bring it up, yes.
I had that checked off.
So this is the actual, that's what we encumbered, and this is the actual.
So your vote was a not-to-exceed number, so.
So we have enough money for the push bumper. Well, we already bought one. And there was one that was in limbo.
And we don't really know how much money we have
No, I know.
until we get our end of the year stuff done.
Okay, you had one more thing?
That was it. And then just these 2.
And we have 2 legal. 2 legal, okay. Okay,
Of course, there were no calendars that way.
we have a letter from Jeannie Forrester. Thank you for the invitation to the meeting on January 12th. I regret I was unable to attend due to prior commitment. I'd be pleased to speak with you on the redistricting issue. Did you know that consensus is that it's going to the court on that? Okay.
No matter what,
Oh,
Right.
good.
Both of our representatives voted yes.
that's correct.
I was going to
What?
say,
Both of our legislative representatives voted for that redistricting plan that we were opposed to.
After they sat here and asked them not to.
When do they come up for the election?
That means one of them was gonna lose their seat. They come up for re-election this year.
What?
Next year, she said.
This year.
This is my template I use every
They're looking for
month,
somebody to
and
sign
I
up.
had left out
Oh, in November, Rob?
Dawson.
They're looking for somebody to
I
sign up.
need a
You
new
didn't get
job.
paid?
Oh, no, she did. Tim
They'd
caught
love me
it.
to
What did I do?
I was going to say, there was an article by Ms. Forrester in the paper. I have made a copy of it. When I get home, I'll send it out to everyone.
Northern Pass.
No, this is on redistricting.
Oh, I see. She also had presented an eminent domain
Yes,
thing.
right.
Oh, that's very good.
Jim Precious,
Against the eminent domain.
Friday.
Please tell me it's
Yes,
against the
tomorrow.
eminent domain.
She added an amendment that would specifically preclude any eminent domain in the name of taking land. The gist of it was taking land for private purposes.
Right,
For the utilities.
yep.
The only exception would be a demonstrated deficiency in the grid system. Would have to be approved by the legislature.
There's some humdingers in there, I'm telling you.
We have a list, this is our office copy, correct? If you'd like a copy, Catherine would be more than
I
happy to
would love a copy.
make copies for you. These are all the current House bills that are up in, I perused through it, particularly on the criminal justice side, in Health and Human Services, and let me tell you, there are some, as Sandy said, humdingers.
Yes.
I don't understand what these people are thinking.
I don't either.
That's just for this week. Those are committee meetings for this week.
I went through all
This goes
850
in there, too.
proposed,
Yeah.
and I just copied down the bill numbers. I didn't even count up how many I came up with that we need to take a look at.
This week.
Well, no, these are all 850 that are up this year. I looked through all 850 proposed legislations.
Well, it's obvious that we have no standing whatsoever with our representatives, so we might as well go down to the State House and make our voice heard, rather than going through our state reps.
I can't think, they voted yes on 2 bills. One of them was redistricting, and for the life of me, I'm sorry, I didn't make a note on what the other one is, I just put the House bill number on it.
These are also not law as of yet. The governor hasn't signed them, nor have they taken veto votes. So there's, just because they voted like this doesn't mean it's a done deal.
This will go now to the Senate, will it not?
Yes,
Oh,
I believe.
No, it doesn't go to the
The
Senate.
redistricting won't go to the governor.
It doesn't go to the Senate either.
I don't believe so. I
It
think
doesn't, so it's just, so it's a done deal.
So it's going to court.
If enough people protest against it, it will.
Yep. It's a done deal because they had the House concurrent order, that
Means
it
bypass.
bypasses the governor.
The veto.
And that's why I asked that question to Paul Mursky, because they had that paralleled along with the bill purposely so that it would, the governor could not veto it.
So how do we pay for this? Are we going to become a party to the suit, or just wait to see how it works out?
See how it works
We'll
out.
see how it works out, because 59 towns are listed.
I mean, we're not in as bad shape as some,
Oh, some are really
but
taken
it's
away.
it was definitely a Republican move.
Apparently, we don't have representatives. They voted against our interest.
They voted for their party.
Yeah, well, they voted against our interests, and
Yeah.
at the last meeting, our representative didn't come. I understand he was in a late session, but apparently they've got another late session tonight.
He got out at 6.
What is it, 8:30?
We were here, I think, until what, 9:30, 10 o'clock that night?
I think when I spoke with them, there was a clear misunderstanding that he thought he was going to meet with the chief on the articles and not with the board and the chief.
So he was afraid.
Yep,
Yeah, okay. All
Right.
I'll shut up.
yep. Okay, here's a letter, Dear Pat Constantino, on behalf of Northfield Tilton Congregational Church Food Pantry, Paul, Carol, and Dan. I would like to thank you, the selectmen, and Heather, and all the businesses in town for the food that you so generously donated to our church. Your support of our food pantry is sincerely appreciated by families who are desperately in need of food. I hope you will make this an annual contribution of food to our pantry here in Tilton. We thank you for your support. Sincerely, Nancy Wilson, Director.
We didn't donate the food, we raised food. We ran the food.
We
drive.
facilitated the drive, yep.
The first annual Vicky Virgin Food Drive.
It was fun. People were very nice. I've never done that before.
There's an article from, this interesting article on the eminent domain for Northern Pass project out of the Nashua. And then we have, before you read that, 2012 Local Government Seminar 1, Taming the Local Government Computer, Social Media, Electronic Communications in New Hampshire Local Government class. Would you like to attend?
We are. I think that's,
Sandy has signed up.
I think,
Catherine signed up?
No, Sandy
let me
has.
see it.
Oh, I'm
I
asking
think-
Catherine.
No, I think this is, I think Cindy and I are signed up for this. When is it?
Is that Dan Crean's?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're signed, Sandy and I, Sandy and I. Cindy and I, I'm all signed up for this.
This is how you...
I got a very nice note from Dan Crean.
Well, I had signed Sandy up.
It'll be good to see you again, he says. It was a very nice note. Yeah,
What
I
day
figured
is it
was
on?
something I ought to do.
February 7th, 9 to noon. Let me see what I have. I gotta figure this out. Hold on. Wow, we're really going to town with meetings.
February 7th,
Oh, well,
9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. We have Sunday, February 7th, right?
yep.
I didn't even put it in my book.
I'll let you know tomorrow. I got to change an appointment in order to attend, so. Okay. I'm going to let the chief go, because he's sitting there in pain.
Okay.
I don't think that, does anybody have anything for the chief? Anything? Then Chief, under the circumstances, I think we should let you go home. All right? Thank you for coming in. And okay, broke his ribs.
Ouch.
How the heck did that happen? What, he slipped and fall?
Yep.
How'd you hurt yourself?
Got 2 ribs here, 1 here, 1
Done that hurts.
Joyce, can you explain this to be signed?
At PD. Oh, jeez.
It's a COBRA.
Oh, yes.
When?
If you remember,
Well, they passed it.
when we had our open enrollment, some of our retirees asked if they could have another plan offering.
Right.
And we checked with Melissa, she's our rep now, and she
Yes.
explained that because it's a deductible program, we can offer more than one Matthew Thornton, and with a different prescription plan.
Yeah.
And the gentleman said, yes, he'd take it. So we have to officially enroll and offer it. He's already completed the paperwork and filled out the New Hampshire retirement funds, because part of it is paid through his retirement medical subsidy. But we do have to offer this to all employees as well. So as soon as the selectmen sign this, I'll amend our Appendix A for our handbook.
What part of this is to our benefit, is the town?
For our retirees. It's another option that the local government center offers.
Cobra.
No, it's a Matthew Thornton plan
For retirees.
for retirees, but regular employees can,
Okay. Well, I see.
that has a high deductible.
My question to you is, there's 2 things checked off, COBRA and retirees. COBRA's only, my understanding of COBRA is only allowed for a certain amount of time, and then it goes, and then the retiree kicks off.
12 months, I think.
And then,
No, COBRA is for an employee that leaves employment.
yeah,
They can stay on our insurance for 18 months.
Yeah.
So let's say we have an active employee who's
Right.
enrolled in that plan, and they leave their employment, they can still stay on that plan for 18 months, so their status would change from active to COBRA.
okay, so this is including that as well
Yes.
as the retirees.
My understanding is that they pay the premiums on that?
That is correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, they pay the premiums,
They
right.
just get the group rate.
Right.
Where are we signing this? This one?
Yeah, see, they don't have the 5 signature lines.
Bring it back.
This is a municipality, this is is this LGC?
I know, well,
They represent us!
I know, but most
Thousands of dollars, they represent us!
towns
Jump in there, sir.
authorize their administrator to sign these documents.
That's subrogating
I know that, but they vote to allow that person, or towns will vote to authorize their chairman to sign it. That's fine that Tilton wants to have all 5 signed, but you are in the minority.
They're making an
So
assumption,
they don't
though.
change their forms for the minority.
Hot off the press.
So I need you all to sign it.
Dennis Fields.
Find a little spot right up there. Thank you, Sandy. Squeeze it in.
Well, this is a bright
I
spot.
started, Sandy.
It comes from...
For the employer, that's where we're doing it? So we do all around there.
Conversation with him when he
Yeah.
dropped it off, and he sought me out.
I know, why don't we run around the page?
There's another positive thing.
It didn't work well for him.
And just so you know, this is just for this week
Positive thing, too.
that we're in, okay. This isn't every bill, this is just what's being heard this week.
All I could say
You
is
know,
a
you can
color
go
like I
on their
see
website every week
yeah,
and read it.
they're all on there.
Yeah,
There's 2 of these. Do you need both signatures?
I'm sorry, maybe that's, I believe
But
it's
it
just the
also
one.
makes you sick if you go on there and go through all the bills that they've got. Some of them are absolutely outrageous.
That's what I did.
that is a
I looked through all 850, I couldn't help myself, I did it over the weekend. It was like an addiction, I was like,
Yep.
I just wanted to call up the general court members who presented them and say, what were you thinking? What are you thinking?
This control deficiency, this is what Tim had went over.
Right, and I think, isn't he coming back in tonight to go over the
Yep.
whole audit?
Yes, he's downstairs, he's, yeah, he missed his meeting, but he wanted to get the accounts payable done, so.
Oh, he didn't go
Okay.
to his meeting?
Signature.
He's been down here all this time?
So he's on our schedule, at 8:30, so he's trying to finish up the accounts payable so he can bring them up with him.
Oh,
Okay.
good you went down.
Huh?
It's good you went downstairs. Just to point out that Dennis Fields did check off the criminal justice bills, thinking you might be interested in those.
Did you already take the FYI file?
I believe so. You were reading it.
Who's got,
Oh, that's parking.
I hope not.
this is mine. Here it is.
Find it?
There's Mansville. And you could take FYI too, if you want. Okay. We have, all right, we have, under old business, do you want to talk about 307 Main Street?
Do what?
Do you want to report anything on 307 Main Street, other than the fact that we haven't heard from the state?
I think we should, yeah, I think we
Okay.
just leave it so we,
Yep.
The copy of the letter that we received earlier,
Yep.
Yes.
is that provided by the property owner?
No.
Who provided that? Where did you get it?
We found it.
Downstairs?
Oh, it was in our files.
Yeah.
Now, we've been in touch with the state, and the state still maintains that they are working diligently on it,
Yeah, right.
okay?
Okay.
So, but I'm keeping it in under old business so that we know that it's still there.
Okay.
The Grange parking, Tom Gallant, myself, and Catherine met with John Bernard, and we looked at the plan. We looked at both of the surveys for the Grange and his property, and we came up with a plan to try to look at the property in two different ways. One, look at the property as if the parking area as if it were one owner. We have this much, he has this much, and maximize the parking and come up so that we could come up with a common shared agreement between us. And then the other option would be, here's our property, how much parking we can maximize here, here's his, how much we can maximize here, and then come up with a common shared agreement to share that. So that's kind of in the works. We talked a little bit about where he wants to put a small parking area on the opposite side of the outbuilding. I myself voiced a concern about head-in parking where he was putting the little cement, what do you call them, bolsters, or the bumpers, the
little
curb, because we are 1 foot away, the building is exactly 1 foot away from the boundary line. And he wants to put that bumper 3 feet, a total of 2 feet from the boundary, so 3 feet away from the building. And we all know that when you have a bumper and you drive up to it, most people wait until your tire hits that bumper. And if you wait till your tire hits that bumper, that front end of the vehicle is going to be in our outbuilding, because it's a little longer than 3 feet.
Not only that, but when you plow the snow.
especially
is
if
it
you have the
going-
Queen Mary.
Is it going to move them?
No,
Oh, where? Right, at the PD? Okay, good. Excellent, all right, perfect.
so it's, you wouldn't, the way he has it planned, you would be coming in like this, Norm, coming in this way here.
Right.
And so that they would be this up to the building.
Right.
So he's going to be plowing this way, so he wouldn't even be coming near those.
Now, is
I
there
don't
not
know
a
the
20-foot setback involved in that?
He's gone to the ZBA for a setback, for a condition. No, they have not. It's continued until February 21st. So, but we're trying to come to an agreement so that we can work together as good neighbors on the opposite side, because we do have a parking issue.
I, for one, would be willing to take your recommendation, however you work it out. If you're happy, I'll be happy.
I've heard that before.
If you're happy,
Not by me, you haven't.
clap your hands.
I talked to Dennis about doing this for us.
We okay. Yes, we are.
You're okay, we're okay?
All right.
I talked to Dennis about putting the parking, trying to come up with a parking
Yeah,
on this,
yeah.
and he declined.
He declined.
Yeah, he just said he had the expertise. So I just kind of did a preliminary thing. I went online and got information on parking
Who do we know that can do that?
and space, and just kind of put my idea, I don't know,
Well,
using these figures.
I don't know what he would charge you, but David Krause could do it for you.
This is our, what is this? This is him, right?
That's the
That's the
Grange.
outbuilding.
Okay, well, I came in and like did some measurements in here, like we were gonna pull in type thing. And quite frankly, that if you went down to the end here, the furthest way you could, you can't turn this way because there's just not enough room, even with my little car. So the most you could get across here realistically was 4, and you're gonna have to pull into his parking lot anyway in order to back out.
Oh, you're on the wrong side of the building.
Yes, you're on the wrong side of the building.
I was wondering what you were doing over there. I was just about to say, our well is here.
Where the hell are we? Oh, never mind. Coming in here, coming in this way. Realistically, there's room for
But-
4 cars, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Except one of the things you're forgetting is, our boundary is within his paved area.
Yes, well, I understand that, but in order to get in here, there's no way pulling straight in. You gotta go at an angle.
That's right.
And even at that, you're gonna have to sweep out, if you got your truck right here, your blue truck, trying to sweep out around that, put you in his parking lot.
Well, these
Just not enough room.
plans, see the different degrees of parking?
This is what Dennis and Tom had suggested
Right.
when they were out together.
I
And go
used-
up this way.
And
That's how I measured.
I used the 45-degree one, using their 21 and their aisle space of 18 feet, and that's what this represents. And that's what this line represents. So you would have enough room for angular parking, and then I think they're 9 feet. I actually went 10 feet because it was easier.
So using this angular too, right here?
Using the angular of this, I mean, this is pretty rough. And this is the edge of road, so I came 10 feet off edge of road. So I essentially have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8. You could make it small car, compact car. That would be angular.
You can't, how are you gonna get in
And then
and out of there?
they would
Pull out
just
this
straight-
way.
No, because
You'd
I'm
come in
using,
this way out here.
I'm using this.
You have to back out.
I'm using, this comes from California. I'm using their spaces to pull in and out, which is further explained on this. But like I said, I'm no expert, so I just kind of roughly did that and made these 2 parallel spaces.
So they would come in here
They would be parking at angles like this,
and then just drive out.
and they would simply go in and then out, and in and out. That's what it's designed for.
I think when you get out there and
But
and you, I put
after
my
look-
car there and tried to get it out without going into his lot, and I found it to be nigh unto impossible, and that was without a car there.
Well, yeah,
That's what Dennis even came up with that one at that time, would be coming up there, angling it here, and angling it there, and they would come in this way, and they would come in this way, and angling it. And that would, but when they did that, they were concerned about cutting one off here.
Yeah, down near the end of the building, you almost lose a space, even though you kind of got the room, because you can't get in and out without going on his spot. If we
Right.
can come to an agreement with him that when we're not using the building, he can use those spaces, we in turn can go in and out through
That's gonna-
his area, and he would mark his area so that that lane was free. Because if he pulls his spaces right over onto the exact line, and then one of our people hits his cars, that's
well,
not gonna work.
and one of the other
That's not
problems,
neighborly.
the biggest problem there is this parking lot extends beyond the boundary. But
It does.
Joyce, as a subdivision of the state, and I know I'm reaching, do you think we could convince the traffic bureau at DOT to figure out some parking for us since it's for our senior center?
They can't
Do you
even
think they'd
figure
look
out
at that?
307 Main Street.
Maybe if you called them?
Mr. Morrow would love to hear from you.
No, this is Concord.
In Concord? Sure.
Yeah, and Mike Curley, what division does he work in?
He's a traffic counter.
He's a traffic counter.
I wonder what,
So see if someone in,
Maybe I'll take a drive. Maybe I'll take a drive down there Monday.
and see,
Do some shucking and jiving.
I would love to go with you, Catherine, if you call me and let me know when you're going. I would meet you there or ride down with you or
Just
whatever.
come to town hall. Oh, I have to take water samples Monday.
I would be glad to go and suck water up into a jar for you.
That just doesn't sound good.
This is between me and Catherine, thank you.
Still doesn't sound good.
Notice I'm laughing.
I may be able to go with you on Monday,
That'd be nice.
depending if my sister's still here and talking to me. Never know.
Are we
Pen-
doing selectmen reports?
so Dennis needs.
Well, we're doing obits, but I know I skipped over that, but I
Oh,
figured,
that's right, we're on the old business.
yeah, I figured I would just do that. Okay, so we're all set with the PD renovations, Joyce? You're all set with all the change orders? We're all up to date?
Yes, we are.
The PD renovations, and they're going okay?
Yes, I do have to, I spoke with the chief, I do have to call Mr. Hoey, because he was supposed to be there this week.
Yep.
We're all ready for him to finish with the humidifier work.
Okay, but I understand he's been under the weather.
Still.
Yeah, okay. All right, so, selectmen's reports. Sandy?
Well, I'm not going to use any names, but you'll notice I gave you all one of these. I think if you study the map, that you'll find it interesting, to say the least, and that's really all I want to say about that matter.
You sounded like Forrest Gump.
That's all I've got to say about that.
I gotta tell you though, Sandy, you did a remarkable job finding the documents you did today and rummaging down there. I give you,
Was this in the basement?
yes, I give you,
Kudos to you.
Yeah,
Hats
huge
off to
kudos.
Sandy.
Oh, yeah,
that's above and beyond the call of
in a
selectmen duties.
box that was just thrown together, Joe.
It was ours.
Yep.
Yeah, it was
That
on
was
there
just
quite
a
while.
luck out. Were you looking for that?
No?
I was looking for a couple of different things, but I've been looking for stuff for the Vest Pocket Park.
Yeah.
Anything that would commit giving us the property. And also, I was down there looking for a planning board file. Then I thought, oh, this was all the stuff on Alice's desk. I'll go through this box because I never have. And it's like, wow, this is really interesting.
Yeah, I love it.
So,
That's it, planning board,
everything is, we finished up our public hearings. We voted to, on what was going to go on the ballot and what wouldn't. And, Gus is in the process now of getting that ready to give to Cindy. And that she'll have to make up the questions that'll go on the ballot. I don't know, I didn't think to ask her today. The board had originally thought they were going to split the petition warrant article, that they didn't have to put the front part in, and I said, no, I don't think that's correct. I said, send it down exactly as it's written and get a read on it, because I don't want it to go on the ballot and not be correct. So I'm not sure if we've heard anything back yet. I forgot to ask Gus about it today, so. And everything's cruising along. I mean, we'll have more to do next year, and also once we get this finished, then we'll take up, once we get through town meeting, then we'll take up the proposed changes to subdivision and site plan. And also I'll have the master plan ready to have public hearing and vote on. I know they did have, apparently they had one public hearing, but the master plan was out of date.
Thank you.
And although I'm not making any substantial changes to any of the chapters, I'm just bringing them up to 2012. Because especially like, the economics and stuff where it was using all the census figures, those were back from 2006 or 7, so it needed updating. And that's it.
That's quite a task taken on, updating that master
No, it
plan.
had
That's
to be
quite a
done.
huge
Why would
task.
we want to adopt something that's already out of
Right.
date?
Did you miss these two, or did you?
Oh, I haven't even...
No,
read
it went
that
this
yet.
way.
Well, sorry.
It just,
Yeah, but the rest of it went the other way.
yeah, went this way. I have one item, and it's about the Grange, the senior committee. When we did the renovations and they did the warrant article to do the renovations and all the ADA compliant and so on and so forth, I'm not sure that it was eliminated, because I think it was part of the plan. There was already security in the kitchen area, Mango security in the kitchen area, but that, because of the renovations, needed to be enhanced with the fire and the door, because there's a new door on the back, in the back door. That bill was not planned on for $844. So the basic bill, the basic budget for the Grange includes the security. Should we include that? If we should, that's fine. If we shouldn't, then it's up to the committee to fundraise that amount this year to cover that expense.
So we're talking about security because this,
We enhanced the
we had the
fire
burglar
alarm.
alarm on the doors, the 2 doors, right?
You have the fire alarm in the ceiling in the kitchen over by the stove, the stove area, and the alarm on the back door and the motion sensor in the kitchen, the wiring had to be
Right,
redone.
that was connected to that front one, right?
That was connected to the front one, right.
So what did Mango go in there and
They had to redo it once all the renovations were complete. They had to go in and redo it, or we couldn't hook up the main alarm to the front door because it would always show as a fault. So we had to go in and redo it.
Okay.
We couldn't alarm the building unless we redid it.
Does this
They
billing,
pre-wired it as they did the renovations, and then Mango went in and hooked it up. But the bill came to $844,
from Mango?
Mango.
So what does this mean? Where does that money come from?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
So would that be something we added?
Well, the security system has been on the building, and the question I always ask myself, if nothing was being done in the building, if it was not being used, what would we be paying for? And we were always paying for the security system. But I'm surprised the bill is so much.
I am too. But it has the fire portion of it in there.
Oh.
And that's what, I think that's what added it to it, because now we have the ADA push bar on the back door, you know, which is code.
That's just a circuit.
That has to be that's alarmed.
Right, but it's just a circuit, right?
Right. Yep.
I mean, you
But
guys,
it's the door itself
the push
as well,
bar is
correct?
not part of the bill.
No.
Yeah, it's just a
No,
circuit.
because Tom put that on.
Wow.
So this is just for the installation of the circuit? It does seem...
The fire and the motion.
Doesn't it seem like a lot?
Is that for monitoring, or is that a separate contract?
No, that's separate. That's a totally separate. This is just the
This is just their labor bill, labor and materials.
There's a Grange line in the budget. It said, can we take money out of that Grange line?
that's what I'm asking.
I would say that that's what that money's there for.
Otherwise, we need to fundraise that money in, we have a fundraiser coming up in April, so.
Where's the bill? Do we have the bill in town hall?
Yes, Tim, Joyce, do you have a copy of that bill? Can you ask Tim to,
It's downstairs. See, he didn't process it. I put it in to be processed.
we don't have the payables yet.
He's bringing them up with him.
Yeah, it'll be in there. I had discussed that with him. I wanted to know if that was coming out of the construction budget or the regular budget. And then just to get the bill paid, I charged it against the Grange line.
We don't have the money in the construction budget. This construction budget is even now.
Okay, then you need to pay it out of the Grange.
Roll call, I don't mind paying it out of the town, because we've always paid for the security. But before we pay the bill, I'd like to take a look at it. I just thought it seemed high.
If we take it out of the Grange line, what does that do to the Grange? That money is there for a specific reason, I would imagine.
That line is for maintenance of the electricity, the normal,
And
those
taking
normal things
$850 out of there is going to hurt the Grange, potentially.
we may be
We
moving.
juggle it somewhere else.
We may be moving money into that because it was unplanned. But we may be moving money into it,
Moving money.
in the third quarter of this year. We'll see how it goes.
Well, I would be glad, as a private individual, to donate to the fund for this, but it needs to be paid, and the town should pay it, certainly. Where we get the money, we'll have to figure out, right?
It's up to the board. I'm bringing it to the board. Otherwise, we'll fundraise it. That's a decision the board, the Grange has always been with the,
Town building.
has always
Yeah,
been with the maintenance.
it's always been
This was enhanced because of the renovations done. The motion sensor was there. The fire was not there in the kitchen, and has since is there. So that's the enhancement there, and the door. So they are definite enhancements, whether or not we would not have done if we just had had the building sitting there doing nothing. So,
We don't
I,
Senior center there, Rose.
right, exactly.
I was gonna say it would have been required by fire anyway.
Right.
Yep.
So it is required by fire, that's why you have to have it there.
Right.
So, it's part of the request, so.
Senior citizen center, it's not got to know you got time to get everybody out, so.
All right, we'll figure it out.
Yep. Well, I think if you...
Take
put
it out of the
there
Grange
now,
line and,
Take it out of there for now, and if we have to move things around later, we will.
okay. All right, that's, we've had two complaints on highway.
Yes, for the recycling.
One,
transfer area on Saturday? Well,
yes, on Saturday when they were leaving. Right.
that Dennis's policy is, and I believe he has it on the website, that if there is a weather event, that the transfer area is closed.
Right.
And so we had one gentleman who had come down and couldn't dispose of his materials, and then we had another one on Wednesday.
Did I see in one of those letters that one of them called beforehand to see if they were going to be open?
Yes.
A message on the answering.
They did not answer and say, yes, we'll be open.
Oh,
He
okay.
left a message.
He
you know,
left a
and if
message.
they're out doing the roads, when are they going to get the
You
message?
left a message, I'm going to come down and drop off.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, because it seemed like it said that they
The
were
way I
going
read
to
it, it
leave.
sounded like they said yes, we are open, and the time it took him to pack up his car and get down there, they were closed.
It sounded like they closed the gate as he was standing there, like they closed it in his
They,
face.
they
Well, that's cold.
did not, they did not
Should've
allow,
asked Dennis when he was here.
Now, Wednesday,
They didn't shut the gate in his face.
what was the
they didn't
complaint
shut it
on
in his face.
Wednesday?
However,
That-
he was there when they
Because-
did shut
Ready
it.
for the storm.
The language that he
Because
used,
I went
the employee
to
decided
Town
not to
Garage
oblige
on Wednesday myself.
take the
It
time
was
and open it.
And I got
The
some
gentleman's
sand.
language?
I filled a couple
Yeah,
buckets
that doesn't work
with
for me.
sand.
Gotcha.
That doesn't work for me. I'm a
And somebody
recycler.
drove
My
around the
God.
back like they
Joe,
wanted to do their
it
recycling.
was the language in which it was
But it
being
wasn't
done.
even noon time yet.
I got a conversation in my deaf ear. And,
He was at the recycling,
Nope.
ready to close.
Yes,
And there were words exchanged,
yes.
and not very kind words exchanged. Had there been kind words, the employee probably would have said, let me take a minute and let you get out there and empty it, whatever. But because there were not kind words, it wasn't done.
Is the performance of our town employees based on kind words?
It doesn't,
I'm just asking.
no, it's not, but I would have done the same thing, I'm sorry.
I
We
might have said
do.
more than that.
We don't pay them to
Take
Verbally
abuse.
that's
abused.
right.
But as a
Here-
public servant,
here at
we
the
do
town
take
hall,
abuse.
If there's people that are verbally abusive, we ask them to leave.
Yes. And that's the way it was when I worked here. I can remember one in particular who came in, and because he was upset about something else totally not in my control, he was cursing at me and some of the names that he was calling me, and I just looked at him and I said, either stop cursing or I'm going to call and have you removed from the town hall.
Now, I will say this, that I have not talked to this gentleman, so
You've
we
heard
don't know.
one
We've only
version,
heard one
right?
side, that's correct.
Sounds like a research thing.
Yep. Okay, Catherine, you have things
I
you
have a
want?
couple of things. Yeah, and I should have been a little more proactive. I heard you talking about 10-hour shifts, and I looked through the wage, and I see that there were some 10-hour shifts. Can we get a schedule from the PD for the patrolman? Isn't that schedule 12 weeks in a...
Goes forward, you mean? the
Yes,
12 one?
yes, 12 weeks.
We have asked, and we were told that we would have a 3-month schedule. The contract says that they have to have a 3-month in advance, 12-week schedule in advance. We should be afforded that schedule at the time that they have it.
Because we also have a policy, I mean, we voted, no 10-hour shifts, but each week now, it seems, we have 10-hour shifts.
Last 2 weeks.
Not for the patrolman.
Yes.
There are 10 hours for the patrolman?
No, there are no 10-hour shifts.
There were no 10-hour
None.
shifts, period. We didn't specify just for the patrolman. We said no 10-hour shifts.
Where was the other one? I only know of one, and that was because they were doing the installation, and he was told that he
Last week
could
there
work
was
around
4
the
10-hour
hours.
shifts.
Last week there was,
There were a
yes.
couple, I didn't look at the name.
This week?
I thought there were a couple when I looked at it.
Where's the payroll, please?
But even if there's only one that's been scheduled for
It's
10-hour
unacceptable.
shifts.
It's totally unacceptable.
And we need to have that scheduled for next Thursday's meeting. Please tell them that.
Oh, that's cheap.
He didn't work 10 hours.
Yeah, I wasn't, because he's salaried. I just looked down here, and then I looked up here,
Well,
regular.
it was the holiday.
Well, and then I looked up here, regular.
8 hour and 4. He took a day off, holiday. Yes, he's the one.
Is that the only one?
Holiday.
Okay, then I was wrong, so it is only one.
He was, the
I saw two.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
These military time things probably mess with me.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah, let them know we need to have that schedule.
5.
Who's this?
He was allowed, the explanation I got on this was that he was allowed because he needed to get it in, and he can't do the supervisory position and get this installation in. So he was allowed by the chief to shift adjust, and that's exactly what he did. But if you look at this Friday, and you look here, you'll see that that's what he gave up. Instead, it was here. He
Interesting.
intentionally, on the 20th, he had a paid time off day on Friday.
That shouldn't have taken place.
Which worked now into a Monday of 18 hours, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and with Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. And no use of paid time off.
I'm sure everybody knows by now that we have the shed,
It's on the shed. Very nice. Got a little ramp and everything.
and we evidently have the keys as well.
Oh, nice.
These the keys that are on.
Ryan, yeah,
Ryan's
because I
stuff.
went this morning, they delivered it yesterday. I gotta say, they were very, I don't know, I guess I stereotype too much, but those fellows that brought that shed, it was freezing cold, didn't faze them a bit. They, man, I'd have work on my crew. They unloaded that by hand. The walls were all assembled. So they took out those walls, they're just like bees, just ran around, they got that thing up. And
Was it Home Depot people, or was it the
I
shed
think
company?
they are subcontracted by Home Depot.
By Home Depot.
I think that's the company that sells the sheds.
Yep.
But I was very impressed by them. They were very nice, very considerate of the town property, impact. You can't even tell they were there. It was a very nice job, very nice shed. So, good. We've been waiting for that. Some of what I wanted to say.
We need
So-
to make a motion did we make a motion last week to accept that?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
We did.
So we should need to send a thank you note out.
We need to write a letter to Home
We also
Depot.
talked about that last week. I don't
Yeah.
know if it was done, but
And I'm going to suggest to the commissioners that we create some sort of sign to put on the building so the public will know that that was donated
Absolutely.
by Home Depot.
the generous donation.
Oh, yeah, it was excellent. I just wanted to update you on health officer. I have 4 open cases. I have a septic odor that I've been searching for on Lancaster Hill Road. I have a suspicious substance, which I have to take 2 more samples at the request of the state lab from Simmons Court. The brook at Quinn's in White Rock still has E. coli in it. The culvert is still flooded, so I'm watching that. We can't have that running over people's yards.
How long do they think that will actually dissipate once the issue,
It's already dissipated quite a bit.
It has,
Yeah.
over a period of time, do they expect it to,
Over the winter.
the winter?
Yeah.
That short a
Cold
period of
weather,
time?
yeah, cold weather. Well, once we eliminated the cause,
Yeah,
it really dropped. It dropped dramatically.
oh, okay.
But there still is a presence, and it's going to be for a
Right.
while, so it'll be, I won't have to test it that often, but periodically, maybe, maybe in the summer.
The source is still, the ground is still contaminated, and there'll be runoff spring. I'll bet you
Yep.
get another influx of it.
Right, so I'll be testing it just periodically
Yeah.
to see where it's at, but make sure it stays low. And then I have a rental unit down here on West Main Street that I'm waiting for a report from the fire district inspector because it's a joint effort. We have to go back and re-inspect. And I'm about to close the heating issue we had at 281 Main Street.
Really?
Well, for now. I say that tongue-in-cheek. I'm very hopeful that this new installation, this new furnace that they've gone to the expense of putting in and changing it over to natural gas will greatly improve.
So is it up and running now, Kevin?
It's been up and running for a week, yeah.
I thought it had been. It was-
No issues at all with it
Yeah.
for the week?
Well, I think remains an issue with one of the storefronts, but as health officer, I can really only enforce the housing standards as it pertains to heat for the dwelling units. And that is not a dwelling unit.
Right.
But as the heat was off in the rest of the building, I had enforcement authority because there was no heat upstairs. But as long as I have heat upstairs, there's not a lot I can do, unfortunately, for the commercial properties.
It's all put together, though. Why would it be okay upstairs unless he intentionally didn't hook them up?
No, now, currently, because there is heat in the upstairs, there's nothing really, as health
His
officer.
question is,
I
how
can
come
do.
they don't have any heat in that one commercial unit?
Oh, why do I think there's a...
One system.
Oh, I believe there was a problem, and I've talked to the landlord about it, and he is,
Each one may be a separate.
he claims he's trying to resolve it, but I firmly believe that some of the radiators have been clogged with scale. It's a maintenance issue.
They've been there since the 30s or 40s or something.
Or maybe even longer.
Probably longer than that, I would say.
Yeah.
The original furnace was
It is steam,
coal-fired.
it is steam heat, so that's good, and that's
Well,
what I got.
feel bad that a relatively successful downtown business is having issues like that. It hurts.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that they had to lose business because of that, but, and it's hard not to be able to have,
We have no recourse.
to be able to help them,
It's not
I
public
can
health.
empathize with them all I want, but it doesn't do them any good.
We have no other code enforcement.
Just the housing standards and, yeah, as health officer, no, and for code enforcement, no, it's a commercial property, and it's 540 is tenants.
Yeah.
540A, I think. No, 540 is for the reserved and unreserved, 540A is tenants,
So it would have to be a civil remedy.
pretty much. Their recourse is within the landlord laws that allows people to, there's a process for withholding your rent.
Right.
That's their leverage. And then civil, they can go through the courts. But-
Yeah, as long as they go through the proper process.
Yeah, it's very specific, but it's still a difficult issue. Very nice merchants down there.
Yes. All those storefronts, those people are all...
Yeah. And I'm currently working with Johanna to get all those users I'm going to call them, who have not hooked in to the sewer system, hooked in. That's quite a process.
Would you, for those who are not aware of the Simmons Court, could you tell about the preliminary findings?
I think we need more facts before we make that
I think
public.
that state lab report is a fact, isn't it?
It's not a public document.
Never mind then.
Okay. Norm?
Well, she's already told you about the shed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Parks Commission. So I guess I have nothing further.
How about the melting of the ice to make it smooth on the rink, skatable?
Well, I was kind of hoping that by now that rink would have been filled and that the entire liner was covered, but I guess it's not. They do have a plan to make a sort of a homemade Zamboni type of...
No, we have a Zamboni that came
Yeah.
with the
Right, and
ring, but it requires a hose.
Yeah.
Yeah, no well.
Well, we have a well, we just don't have water to it from it yet. And once that's done and we get more freezing weather, I mean, this past week has been, I mean, I'm happy for it. I love 40, 50, 60 degree weather in January, but it's not too conducive to skiing, skating,
Oh, I
or
know,
other
but
winter
it's really
sports.
nice on our oil tanks.
You betcha.
I haven't brought out my snowshoes yet. There's not enough snow to snowshoe.
No, mine are still in the basement, too.
My sister flew all the way to Phoenix just so she could cross-country ski.
Oh, how sad.
She has to go up north. I've been in snowshoes.
In your yard? That's silly. There's only half inch of snow in your yard.
Exercise.
I was going to say I could go back in the woods, in the deep woods where no light gets in, and I could probably snowshoe back there.
That's what I did. I watched across the field.
Do you have anything for us,
As a matter
Joe?
of fact, I do.
I'd love to hear it.
Actually, I have a number of pieces of kitchen equipment for the Grange.
Yes! I knew I'd love to hear it.
And although I don't have it with me, I have a priced out list of equipment for your grant purposes,
Even better.
which I didn't print. My wife went through a medical procedure today, and I spent the day at the hospital. Turned out just fine.
Good.
Hallelujah.
Good.
But as a result, I was not able to attend the consortium meeting that was held today in Guilford. I'm supposed to get a update from Scott Dunn, the town administrator over there, as well as Denise Beauchesne, who's the director of Lakes Region Public Access, which I have yet to do. I do have an equipment list that is for $70,598. This represents a wish list. I don't know if you guys got copies of this as well, but when you see this, it's like, this is MetroCast as part of the consortium. Gave the equipment that had been to public access for the last 10 years. And that equipment is old and raggedy. We just spent $24,000 and something to get a new switcher, which really has upgraded the quality of the picture for those people who watch public access or want to watch public access. It's much better. Sound issues, they still have them because that's a method of taking the pictures issue. That said, next week I'll be able to give you a report on what went on at the consortium. The co-op. The co-op, as Pat mentioned earlier from the FYI, is going to have a joint board meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. at local government center. At that time, we'll be voting on moving the Allenstown agreement to the joint board, which will meet approximately 10 days thereafter. Any votes that we take tomorrow are non-binding on any of the towns. However, not only do we have the Allenstown agreement to vote on, which I explained to you last time, but we also have the potential bond financing for the single-stream recycling side. They have been in touch with the bond banks and various private banks in the area. Apparently, they've come up with something from the New Hampshire Bond Bank that is favorable to us and authorizes far more than we think we're going to need. I suggest that we move it forward to the joint board, and I take the information that I receive tomorrow and bring it back for you guys to peruse so that you can decide prior to that meeting how the town of Tilton actually wants to go. I do know that regardless of how we vote, yes or no, if it goes forward and we don't bring any single-stream recycling to that facility, we own nothing. We're only in it for our piece of how much tonnage we bring as a percentage of the total that is delivered to the facility. That said, with you guys' permission, I'm going to vote to move those items to the joint board agenda and bring you back the information so that you can make an informed decision as to how we as a town want to vote at that time. My other thing is
You want our consensus, everybody?
Yep.
Okay, yep. Catherine, you all set?
I'm all set.
Okay,
Yep,
good.
me too.
I have a question. Oh, first off, the Grange equipment. How do I arrange to get it over to you, the Grange? I've got that big hanging pots and pan thing that weighs about 40 pounds. It's made out of stainless steel.
I'm going to be over there on, at around 1 tomorrow, and on Monday at 10.
I think 1 o'clock tomorrow could well work for me. I got a number of items. And lastly, I have a question with regard to Beach Street. I heard you say about auctioneers. I assume that's with regard to Beach Street. Where are we at? Get an auctioneer, set a date, and we're good to go?
Yeah, the board just has to select the auctioneer, and then they do everything.
And we're selecting the auctioneers on next
week,
Thursday.
and we can ask them about their prices or percentages that they charge and so forth.
Yep.
Okay, because I want to move forward on that and get it off the books. Or get it on the books.
Yep, that's pretty much what, we just need to select the auctioneer and then go forward. And then it's a done deal, right? Yep.
And I'm
Sit
good.
back and do nothing.
Oh, we're going to be there, of course.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, in terms of doing all the,
Of course,
you know,
we're not
you
gonna
tell
sit back
them
and
what you want advertised, they'll make suggestions, they will make suggestions, how long you want to advertise, they'll make suggestions, so you set that all up with them, and then they do it.
Okay.
They'll even they'll schedule hours to show the facility beforehand, you tell them how many times you want them to do that.
Okay.
They'll even, if you want, they'll even hold the deposit checks. You'll probably want to use an attorney to handle all that, to handle all the closing.
I have one other question, if
Yeah.
I might. I believe this one goes to you, Kathy. We have a property at 29 Beach Street, at Winter Street, and of which we're the landlords. I really don't want to be a landlord, you know, Kathy. But are those payments being made on a regular? Okay, thank you very much.
In cash.
Outstanding. As long as it's coin of the realm, I'm all set.
I could answer that one for you. Anybody else have anything? Public? Do you have anything? Okay. Tim, we're ready.
Oh, good.
Oh, multiple pages?
Multiple
Double-sided.
pages. That is really, I'm just going to say, look at this. That's all right. My
I also have 2 check registers, this is 2012, 2011, and then I have one other item. There was an omission in this week's payroll of 8 hours for one of the employees in the police department, and they requested a check. So I have it here.
Was it their fault?
No, it was not. No. I had caught one problem with the payroll, but I didn't catch that one.
But it was there.
It was there. So I have just some newsy things to go through with you, and then I have a request for non-public at the end. I explained in item 1 the issue with the payroll.
Can you just, the payroll, was it overtime hours that was missing?
No, regular hours.
Just regular hours?
If you look at the cover sheet, you'll see there were 32 regular hours, 8 holiday, and 4 special duty. You go to, right there.
Okay. And it was the 8?
No, it was the typically that employee would have on a holiday week would have 32 regular hours and 8 holiday hours.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, it was 40 regular hours and 8 holiday hours and 4 special duty.
So how does that end up being your error?
Well, what I do when I get the payroll, I go through all the timesheets and I compare those to the covers. But somehow I missed that particular one. You'll see one other that I did catch on there that I corrected.
I'm correcting this one.
Well, it's an omission, and
It may be an omission, but I am going to correct it. Because this is not your error.
well,
By any means was this your error. You have been coddling them and correcting their errors as they come in.
but that's part of the process.
It is part of the process,
Each person
but-
that reviews it, if they find something, it's an extra set of eyes. So I mean, I would have no problem telling you it was my error. I mean, in my view, I missed it. I should have caught that. So it does. I mean, I will lose
See
no
where this
sleep
is.
over it.
See this number here?
Yeah.
You caught my...
I'll bet
really
you-
should be
After
40.
Dawson.
Did he sign?
Oh, right.
Did he
Yeah, I
sign his
forgot
page
that.
of
I forgot to
stuff?
tell you.
Yeah.
So there's the mistake. Is that the one with the mistake on it? And he signed it?
Well, no, the timesheet.
This is, he does not do this. This is done by the person that does payroll in the office, and this is where the error began. And what Tim has been doing, and for years, a few years now that I've been here as selectman, the two of them have worked together and corrected the issues that have come up.
What does the timesheet say for total hours?
And he's supposed to figure that out. And
So, who prepares- who
99.99...
prepares this?
So, in any event, I prepared a
Well, they can't expect
check.
him to take the time and
So-
go through each single
Oh, I do.
time card. I know you do, but
But
I know he does, but
I do not feel that a check should have been cut on this.
Go ahead.
You disagree?
Well,
You could say you
yes,
disagree.
No, he asked me, and I said, please, just go ahead and cut it.
I really don't. This was not his error. This was clearly a police error. Bookkeeping error on the police's part. The payroll came in this way. This is the way it should have been paid. And unless it comes in different, then you pay it differently. But you don't. It's 32 hours.
Yep.
On the,
You'll note, I did catch another error on that sheet, but
I know, and you're continually catching errors,
that's what I'm supposed to do.
and that's what, and
that's
that,
what your whole internal controls,
Well,
It's about-
supposed to be filling them out correctly, and
yeah,
they're not.
it
That's our issue.
somehow I read one thing when I was expecting one thing and I read it instead of what I should have read, I guess. But typically it would be very unusual for that position to have that type of hours on that week.
It's okay
unusual.
it's okay not to worry about the payroll getting squared away, because Tim will take care of it.
Well, there's
That's
a check.
wrong.
You'll see the check.
That's a wrong mindset to send. Just saying it. You've got enough, unless you've got so much time on your hands that you
Well,
don't.
I wanted to, since I'm not here tomorrow, I didn't want to leave that for anybody else, and I just
Denied.
wanted to get it taken care of.
Okay.
So, you've already proved it. So the second item is the 2010 audit. And a couple of the most notable issues with that are, and just recently I discussed the fund balance, was asked by the Budget Committee about the fund balance, and at that point I was trying to work with our auditor to move some encumbrances, to increase the encumbrances for 2010 based on some of the expenditures that we had in 2011, with the proof that these were committed items from 2010. And in doing so, we were able to increase the encumbrances, which will reduce our expenses in 2011, and but therefore it reduced our fund balance down to 728 from 750. So, a slight change there, but it will help that razor-thin edge in 2011, which is still very, very thin. There is a corrective action plan for the reporting and documentation of the internal controls, and that is at the very, it's in your to-be-signed folder. It's at the very, oh, thank you. It's at the very back. There's also, on the management representation letter, which Joyce and I signed, which basically says everything in there is to the best of our knowledge, true and accurate. There's a place for a board representative to sign.
No.
So in any event, moving on, number 3 is the agreement from Total Notice. This is the same agreement the tax collector had last year for deed research.
Okay, that's what this is.
Worked very well for her, and the figures are the same. I see no reason why you shouldn't sign it.
And there's only room for one signature. Or do we all sign it here?
I would just sign it all.
All sign it, okay.
This is,
We ought to
it's a
start
small,
in the corner and just go all around.
it's a small company out of Nantucket. They do a good job for her, and they provided her with a very professional report. I think she's been very pleased with them so far. And they've come in, we have underexpended what we anticipated originally, so that was good. In terms of year end, there's still a lot of work to be done, and this goes well sometimes into February. The auditor will look at January and February invoices, and he'll judge whether we appropriately charge those to 2011 or 2012. He looks at December as well as January and February. So there's quite a bit still to do. The visa bills haven't come in yet, which has a significant amount of technology expense from the very last days of December. And there are a number of utilities that I haven't finished working on the expenditures for those yet, as well as the accruals from the first week of payroll. And I have to go employee by employee and determine who worked in 2011, who worked in 2012 during that first week, as well as accrue all the retirement, FICA, Medicare. So it's a very extensive thing. That takes about a day just by itself. So there's not a lot of time between tonight and Wednesday. So my note in here is what I give them Wednesday in terms of expenditures and revenues will be as of that point in time. And in no way should anyone draw any conclusions as to fund balance, end of year, anything, because it's invariably going to change.
But will that give us a general ballpark?
It really isn't going to. I mean, I think the best thing I can say is we have a healthy fund balance, and we're going to have we're not going to lose any of that fund balance.
Are they going to get it with that disclaimer?
No.
I'll explain it to him.
I think probably less.
I'll explain it to him.
Okay, I guess there's just a lot of things that have to happen, and a lot of little detailed things that go into it. So, you can have it fast or you can have it right, and I prefer to do it right.
Well, I'd rather have it right than fast.
Yeah.
It's the same every year.
Same process.
Well, it's the same. It's
so
the
I'm
same
not-
process, but yeah, the difference here is that we have some really lagging invoices this year because of the cycle of our visa bills. But those should be in shortly, the beginning of February, and that should be the end of the expenditures. Let's see. I did have. Did I hand out that? Oh gosh, did I not bring that up? I have a journal entry. Did you see that?
Yes, we
Oh, you did? Okay.
signed it.
Okay. All right. So, and you probably saw the explanation of that.
Yeah.
All right.
Very clear.
Chart of accounts, I've gone through, and as you requested on the outside agencies, those accounts that had been strewn within our chart of accounts before, there's a lengthy process, so somebody can't just go in and change an account number. But in any case, that's all done, and you'll start to see that in 2012. I also
Thank you.
redid the revenues, which I'd been wanting to do, and I did that prior to the last revenue report. So those are going to look a lot cleaner as well. All the PD things are going to be grouped and so on and so forth. So it's simpler, I think more understandable. Bank transfers, I'm a little lagging in this. It's definitely going to be February at this point. And I have cut over our tax payments from Northway so that we're not using the bank software anymore. We're using EFTPS. And I've got to go through some pre-notes with the payroll before we can switch over our payroll processing.
It's only payroll now that's...
No, there's still some ACHs coming out, but mostly the utilities that I have to switch over, and there's just a lot of those. The tax cards, you'll see in your invoices, and perhaps you'll recall there was a discussion about credits for last year and our experience with it, and I have to say they really stepped up. I was very impressed with Avatar's management, and not only did they agree, but they agreed to credit the entire amount for 2012. So that was really a wonderful thing, and you'll note that I don't want to adjust that credit within my technology budget because I do think I'm going to need to scrape together enough to be able to purchase a server this year. The internal controls, I did a presentation at the last staff meeting and talked about things pertaining to the corrective action plan. Joyce and I have met, discussed a couple of high-risk areas as we've identified them, and this process is going to be ongoing, and probably on a quarterly basis there'll be a report to you regarding our findings, as well as any issues that have arisen from the staff meetings and the discussion there. And this is all in an effort to educate the employees, communicate, and document our process. Number 9, W-2s and 1099s. The W-2s are done. 1099s will be out before the end of the month, which is the requirement. Number 10, there is a big unanticipated project I'm going to be facing, which is New Hampshire Retirement has new reporting requirements where you have to identify elements of pay beyond the base pay, and that has to be done in two steps. Our software provider is giving us an update, but it's going to take 12 to 16 hours, they estimate, to run this, because it has to go through each and every payroll record, and we go back quite a while. They have to redo the entire database. So I'm going to have to let this run at some point after month end, but before I do retirement. And then I've got to probably really get my head in the game in terms of the retirement reporting, because it's different. And I had set things up very nicely it was working beautifully the way they used to do it. So I'll cope with that. But that is a project I had not anticipated to have to do, and that will be happening prior to February 15th.
Ooh.
In terms of number...
Question.
Yes.
Where did they come in at the last second and change the entire system?
Well, no, they had announced that they were going to be making changes to the reporting requirements. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend their information sessions that New Hampshire Retirement did. I was aware that these were coming, but our software provider redid these elements to be able to identify for New Hampshire Retirement when you run certain reporting that, say, an officer's certain type of pay is not part of their base pay. And how they're going to use this information, how it's going to be used down the road, I don't know. Obviously, they're tracking it for a reason.
Just seems kind of last second somehow.
It's not, but I just got the notice of the update being available today for our software. So, and we have to report, or else we're liable for hefty fines with New Hampshire Retirement. We have to report and pay by the 15th of the month following. So, between now and February 15th, that's all got to be done. And at the same time, it makes me a little nervous when they make such extensive database changes, and of course, you're also running payroll and everything else. So, I'm going to be doing a lot of backups during this time and approach it cautiously. But in any event, number 11, technology. I managed to purchase 2 other Dell systems. One was $289, one was $319. Both with 3-year warranties, Windows 7 Professional. And I still am, in fact, very late in installing the last remaining system from the last round, which was to the deputy system. And I also have the security system in-house. It's here in my office, and Merrick is aware of that. The chief's aware of that. And I still have some other things to purchase for the other locations. But making some progress there. Once I'm through this W-2 1099 cycle, I think I'll be able to tackle that other system on a weekend. The Thrives now have printer drivers installed on them to print to that color printer. They're also on the home page. You'll see a link to RSAs, to all kinds of things.
We just went through earlier.
What?
Boom, 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 to find our Google
to
to
the
New Hampshire
RSAs.
RSAs.
Oh, did you?
We did.
Oh, they're on there.
Yeah.
They're right on the...
Yeah, and then
right on the
I
main screen.
did the same thing, and then it's like, oh,
Whoa, they're right there on the
there's
main
an
page.
icon right there. Click, there I was.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So, any case, I also, if you go to the video page on the website, I changed the player in there.
What is a video page?
If you go to to our town website and go down on the far left-hand side,
Watch
underneath
the
meetings,
movies.
and you want to watch any of the meeting
Oh, I've never
movies,
done that. Oh, I'm sorry.
there's a new player, and the player has tabs along so there's only one player now, and there's tabs along the top for the board or commission or committee, rather, and along the side, once you click on, say, budget committee, you'll see in chronological order with a little scroll bar that you can scroll down and pick whichever one you want in date order. So there's no more hunting and pecking for an
Okay,
older
good.
one. The limitation is that I can only keep, I think it's 43 videos in
great.
place at any one time.
Oh, so there is a separate page.
Hey, Joe, that was you.
So it's really nice, and I think it'll be a lot easier. It's a big improvement in usability. As far as the town report goes, item 12, we've been receiving a
interesting.
number of documents. I haven't really started anything with that yet, but I'll be mocking up the cover and starting to assemble those probably towards the end of next week. And then I have a non-public request regarding purchase, sale, lease of property, and of which I have an attachment to this. And I did note on the cover that there's some potentially confidential information attached to this report. So that kind of brings you up to date as to what I'm working on and where I am with things.
Okay. Do you have any questions for
No?
Jim?
I would like to know if there's any money left in the Parks and Recreation What's the name of that fund?
Capital Reserve Fund?
Sure.
There is. I'd have to look exactly, but it's 23,000, I think. It's over 20,000.
Well, there was some discussion about they had none, and then some that they must have some, and
No, they do, yeah, they do. And I worked very closely with the Park Commission at the end of the year to use only what was necessary out of their capital reserve and manage their expenditure line so that they came as close as possible to spending it, but not overspending it.
All right. Looks good. All right. Okay, we're going to have a non-pub.
don't go away mad.
Oh, there goes our public.
Hooray!
Bye, Mark.
I'd like to make a motion to enter into non-public session as per RSA 91A:3, E, legal, pending claims and litigation, and D, consideration of the acquisition, sale, or lease of real or personal property.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, they're very important things, too.
Red, I would like to make a motion to seal the minutes of the non-public meeting as they pertain to legal matters until the issues are resolved, and the part about personnel matters permanently as they relate to personnel.
Second.
Sale or lease of property until the matters are resolved.
Paycheck. We talked about
Paycheck matter.
payroll.
We did.
And the sale and lease of property until the matters are resolved?
Yes.
Then I'll second that motion.
Good enough.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that we finish this meeting and adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Yes.
Non-debatable.
Just so you know, I'm sure